An EAP. Fairy tale for adults of all ages. At Exterminating Angel Press, we're taking a new approach to our world. A new way of looking at things. New stories, new ways to live our lives. We're dreaming how we want our lives and our world to be. For Stella and Carson. Prologue. Once upon a hiccup in time, there was a sort of fairy tale world. That is, it was as we might imagine a fairy tale world to be, with sort of castles and sort of knights riding around on sort of horses, occasionally stumbling upon sort of monsters, and people generally being in the thrall of strange magicry going on, but there was something else about it too. Something we cannot quite put our finger on. Or as the fool would have said. The bird laid an egg. But I'm ahead of myself now, and in truth the blackbird was a boy, not a boy, but a boy bird. You begin to see how this whole world was off kilter some. Chapter 1. Bald Mountain Castle. How? How can you? It's summer. School's out. You can't leave me with, she spat it out. Lady Muckbat breath. Now, Alex, the king began. He always said now, Alex, when he was trying to calm the tempests that whipped up inside his daughter, even though he knew that, as she got older, it was more and more like pissing in the wind. The king was discovering, for the zillionth time, that his daughter, Princess Alexandra Stormy Bald Wilson, could be very stormy indeed. Perhaps it was her age, yes, he thought, that was it. Probably the snowstorm that raged during the first moon of deep winter on the night she was born, over 13 winters before, had little or no actual bearing on her character. No, Alexandra Stormy continued, bats are too good for her. She is bat vomit, after the bat has eaten rotting mosquitoes, and it's not just puke, it's coming out both ends. King Walter Bald Wilson II of Mauritania couldn't help repressing a smile. This is the queen you're talking about. Such respect for your elders. Tisk, tisk. Don't patronize me, snarled Princess Stormy. Oh my! When did my daughter learn to use such big words? Now, the king did sound patronizing to his only child. But his words had come out wrong, as they sometimes did when he tried to make a joke that, in his own boyish imagination, might make light of his daughter's woes. What he was really thinking to himself was, what a clever girl, such a fertile imagination. And then, with a tinge of sadness, so like her mother. But his daughter didn't get it. Dad, you just don't get it. Now Alex. You're right. I probably don't get it, but that doesn't alter the fact. The fact that you are going off gallivanting around, exploring, adventuring, and having a right royal ball, and leaving me here for 2 whole moons with snot for brains. And with that, she threw herself on the bed to hide the tears of rage welling up in her brown eyes. King Walter Bald sighed. I'll be back in a few weeks. In plenty of time for Archmother Night. But died. Alex. Well, relenting perhaps inevitably, he gave way. Well, I never said. Well, all I actually said was that you can't come with me. Not this time. It's too dangerous. And, well, it was going to be a surprise, but I never said that you had to stay here, period. Now Stormy, unusually for her, was the one struggling for words. What? What is it? I'm not giving away any details. Suffice to say I have arranged for you to go on a trip of your own, and for some weeks, I believe. You could even call it an adventure. A mystery adventure? I love it. When do I go? Who's taking me, Geraldo? No. Geraldo will have to stay here to keep an eye on things. Not to, well, after all. The fool, yes, definitely the fool, Hill. The fool. You're leaving me, and you're counting on the fool to take me Zeus knows where? Dad, I don't believe this. The fool couldn't organize a piss-up in a potstillery. Well, prepare to be surprised then, snapped the king. But seeing his daughter's face, he went and sat on the edge of her bed. Alex! Darling! It may come as another, not unrelated, surprise. But we adults do have an inkling of how this might be a challenging and exciting time for someone of your age. We were all young once, you know, and you might want to have a little trust in our wisdom and experience, once in a while. But, you're a boy. I mean, you were a boy. And I still feel like one much of the time, Walter Bald thought to himself, hoping that he could trust his own judgment in sending his daughter out into a world where a certain amount of danger was guaranteed. The king exhaled a deep breath. With a heavy heart, he bent to kiss his daughter on the cheek. Good night, darling. And I know you will not have it all your own way, but I wish you a great summer. I'll be gone before breakfast. Sweet dreams. I love you. I love you too, Dad, and she hugged him, a hug that lasted eons. Or so it felt. Those hugs do, sometimes. Afterwards, when her head sank deep into the pillow, Stormy's thoughts raced ahead like clouds in a stormy sky. Beyond the town and lake and into the forest they flew, towards the snow-capped mountains and the ocean she could barely remember seeing. Her thoughts raced toward everything that lay beyond her. Feeling half scared and half excited, she imagined looking out on a vast new world of possibility blooming like a whole mountainside of balsam root greeting the spring. Chapter 2. The Wonder Look. On his way downstairs, Walter Bald looked in on Gwyne Merelda in the royal bedroom. The queen sat up in bed reading. How did she take it? She asked without looking up. Oh, you know. It could have been worse. How? Snorted Gwyne Merelda. This time she did look up. Well, and then the king faltered, finishing the thought in his head, I could have told her the truth. You're leaving us at a time like this? Why not the day after tomorrow? We've been through this, love, no time to lose, and, this said more sheepishly, I'd only be in the way. And you know how I hate all that pompifery. Just like a man. Pleading business to get out of. It's something I have to do, implored the king. That's right enough. I know, the queen sighed. Strangely enough, she really did know, and she understood too. But this was something she would never admit unless cornered, and so she went back to scolding. But you've known about the Oasarians coming for weeks. Your daughter's whole future hangs in the balance. And not only that, but... Well, I doubt that, said Walter Bald. In spite of himself, he grinned. In spite of herself, and in spite of the very real worry on her mind, the queen grinned back. And then caught herself, and frowned. Well, I wouldn't be too sure, she scolded. Playing for time is all very well, but things have ways of escalating out of control, where young people are involved. It won't come to that, he argued. And besides, you know better than anyone that binding Mora Inia to Oasaria will solve nothing in the long term. Let alone making your daughter never want to speak to you again. Stop, said the king. No one will force Stormy to marry where she doesn't love. You know that. I know, said the queen. It's just that playing with people's emotions, let alone emotions as Stormy's just, might, make, things, worse. You and Geraldo can handle anything the Oasarians can throw at us. Yes, said the queen. But can we handle Stormy? The king threw up his arms. And, she went on in her grumbling voice, it seems to me you're leaving me to do the hard stuff. At this the king smiled again and took her hand. The queen forced her face into a frown, but there were signs that she wasn't fooling anyone. When he spoke next, his voice was gentle, but very, very firm. You know me, always more a left-field player than leader. I am going to the mountains because there might be something in that cave that will help Mora Inia resist them once and for all our sakes. He did not need to convince her. Gwyne Merelda simply did not want him to be away so long. She looked at him in silence, and then abruptly held open her arms. Walter Bald went to her, and they held each other. "I'll come and kiss you good night." "You'd better." "Even if I'm asleep," said the Queen, letting her face relax into a smile at last. "I'll know if you don't." "Later," said the King, winking as he slid out of the room. Walter Bald went down the stairwell into the basement of the castle, where he had his scholar shop. In solitude there, he packed his specially fashioned iron digging tools, his brushes, his notebooks. Then he smiled at a hamper of provisions left there by the Queen. Walter Bald loved the mountains. It had been 9 whole moons since he had last been there. There was something about their calming majesty that enabled him to think clearly. He knew that the sort of cave held strange wonders, and that the meditative work of excavation enabled him to dig deep within himself. He sensed there were vital clues, waiting to be found. Clues that would guide him in addressing the threat facing Mauritania, a threat which would rear its ugly head sooner or later. Turning his attention to the table in front of him, he opened an ornately carved wooden box. From the cushioning inside it, he took out an object that was largely responsible for his burning desire to return to the sort of cave. He replayed the memory in his brain. What an expedition it had been! First he had found the mysterious egg, which being too big for him to carry back to Mauritania, he had left for safekeeping with Emmer in the mountains. Only then, at the start of the journey home, had he stumbled on the Wonder Look. It had been late fall and a new snow could come at any time, though the weather that day was bright blue and yellow. Walter Bald had ridden over a mountain pass on a narrow, rocky, and in parts still icebound trail, before the descent to safer ground began. And then a glinting thing, which caught and reflected the sunlight, grabbed his eye. Probably just ice, but some inexplicable urge made him stop and take a look. Tying his donkey to a tree, he made the awkward descent into a small valley on foot. The remaining snow was old, and where the ground peeped through it was frozen hard. The climb up the opposite south-facing slope into the sun was arduous, but not treacherous. That was how he saw the sort of cave. And it was by the sort of cave that he found the Wonder Look. It was like nothing he had ever seen, an unknown shiny metal tube with a cap inset into each end. Made of a clear hard substance, not ice, not rock, not ceramic. The end pieces were, we would say, polished and unique in the Oasarian world. Unlike the opaque quality of river ice, they were completely translucent. You could see through them. The tube was circular and almost 2 hands around. It was narrower at one end than the other, and extended to a little over half an arm's length. And, the most amazing thing of all, it let Walter Bald see things never before seen. Looking through the end piece, he could see the craters of the moon, or the hairs on a deer's nostrils at 100 paces. What we would know as a small, but powerful, telescope, Walter Bald saw as a scientific marvel. The king's mind had burned with questions, and when he brought the Wonder Look back to Bald Mountain Castle, he was, with his expertise in metal making after a long winter of experimentation, able to master the technology of fine glass making. First he made the spectacles that enabled Jacob Bald, his father, to read the smallest words in books, which had been lost to him for many summers. Second, Walter Bald made a whole array of magnifying devices which revealed the eyes of a spider, the hairs on the back of a yellow jacket, and the ability to see the world in a new and wholly amazing light. Though he barely dared think it, for it was a blasphemy of staggering dimensions, Walter Bald sensed that the sort of cave, and the people, or creatures, who had made the Wonder Look, were older than any of the Western peoples, perhaps even dating back to the Cataclysm. Could they even have existed at the beginning time itself? He had to find out. It was as simple as that. If there were such great secrets in the past, there might be an answer to. A knock at the door shook him from his train of thought. Geraldo entered the scholar shop, trepidation on his face. His expression changed, though, at the sight of the metal tube. "Ah, the Wonder Look," said Geraldo in awe. "Yes. It never ceases to amaze me. Has something happened, Geraldo?" Walt. I've just taken a message bird." He passed the king a tightly rolled wad of paper. It's from King Jude. King Jude was Gwyn Merildaw's older brother. He had ruled Rockport, the neighbouring kingdom to the south, for the past 12 summers, since their father had died. Walter Bald opened the message. My spies in Oasaria reveal their ships bring strange-looking men from some newly discovered islands south. The strangers are somehow beholden to Oasaria, for they allow themselves to be trained, by Prince Bragardio and Prince Tormus, as soldiers in the Oasarian Guard. It smells like big trouble for us, we'll keep you bird. J. Walter Bald let out an audible sigh and rested his head in his hands on the table. It is nothing less than I have been dreading, he said, and passed the note to Geraldo. But strange-looking men from the south? What could that mean? There is so much unexplored in our world, Geraldo, and it seems that the Oasarians are pushing back the frontiers of discovery in the south with their boats, as we have done a little up north. It does not really surprise me that there are other peoples. But why on earth would they want to help the Oasarians? Does this affect your immediate plans any? The king shook his head. I will go, but keep me informed. In an emergency, Emmer can bring me back in a single night. You reply to Jude. Any sign that Oasaria's army is on the move and I'll be back. I just need a little time. And, I know that Mora Inia is as safe in your hands as it would be in mine, Geraldo. The Vice-King smiled. Your trust is not misplaced, Walt. Juggling the peculiarities of administration is what I love to do. I know it is. All power to your elbow. The order be with you. Velocidad de siete estrellas, smiled Geraldo. 7-star speed, returned the king, putting his fist over his own heart, and then opening his arms to hug his deputy. Walter Bald carefully wrapped the Wonder Look up in its protective layers and packed it with his other things in the saddlebag. He then sat down and wrote a note to the Queen. When he was done, he sealed it with wax, blew out the candles, and headed back upstairs. He stopped by the kitchen, fumbling around by the counter. Then he carried on up to the top floor to look in on Stormy, who was sound asleep and snoring in a most unprincessly way. Smiling, he crept down to the royal bedroom. Gwyn Merildaw was also sleeping. He went and sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at her. He brushed a few stray hairs from her face, gently kissing her on the lips. I'll miss you, too. Without opening her eyes, the Queen mumbled something about him having a safe journey and fell back into deep sleep. Gwyn Merildaw had an ability, amazing to the king, to be sound asleep, but take in anything said around her, and remember it perfectly the next day as if she had been awake. If she were talking in her sleep, as she sometimes did, then Walter Bald could have a conversation with her, and in the morning she would tell him how he had come into her dreams and done this or said that. He got up from the bed. Trust me, Gwyn. It will all work out. And though she did not reply, he felt sure she had got the message. Chapter 3. Does God go to the toilet? When Stormy had finally fallen asleep, it was mostly dreamless at the start of the night, completely peaceful in the deep sleep middle, but then horrifically vivid in the darkest moments before dawn end. As happens in dreams, Stormy sort of knew the lay of the land. But it was all skewed. And then, as with the most vivid dreams, new realms opened up altogether. She was in the mountains, sort of familiar but slightly crookedy. And then the whole foreground lurched. She let out a shriek as she fell rumble-tumble, into the old world. It was dark, not the dark of night, but a grey, cloying unilluminated dimness, like the sun was shut out by a thundercloud of dust. It was cold, and Stormy hugged herself. She was still on the mountain, breathing heavily, and dark shapes circled above in the gloom, out of sight, but close enough for her to hear the leathery beat of their wings. As the sound receded, she could hear her own heart pounding like she had just run up the mountain trail. Somehow, some way, she knew she had to follow the trail up, up, up. She knew she was looking for her father. Of course. He needed her help. Now she was half frantic, breaking into a run up the rocky path, her thoughts racing ahead of her, as they so often did, awaken in her dreams. It suddenly became obvious where she was, in the way that dream logic dawns like a big bang explosion of imagination. There is nothing, and then in a sliver of a moment there is everything. Now it happened just like that. All at once, Stormy simply knew she was inside the beginning story. The beginning story, also known as the Kata story, is the first chapter of the Wangadmatist Book of Life, that is, the creation myth of Maranians and of all the Western peoples. In a cracked nutshell it went like this. The Wangad created the earth in the beginning of time, along with all the stars and planets. Many thousands of summers later when he came to visit, he exhaled from his divine lungs bringing the air and wind to earth. Rubbing his hands together, he made dirt and threw it high into the sky to be carried by the winds. Then, opening his hands skyward, fingers outstretched in a commanding god-like, what else, gesture, he scattered seeds far and wide. Taking a flask that hung from his hip, he spun around in a circle showering the earth with rain. As he looked on in wonder, for he never ceased to be surprised by the beauty of creation, the sun appeared from behind a cloud, making a rainbow. In one final gesture, he cupped his gigantean hands in front of his lips, blew on them, and shook them for good measure once over each shoulder, like a Celestian who had just won the Milky Way marathon. He opened his palms skyward and allowed hosts of animals to hop, skip, and fly off into their new world. Some millions of summers later when the Wangad returned, he was surprised to find that the animals had grown wild, and changed their shapes. They had become ravenous, and what was worse, disrespectful. When the Wangad commanded them, some sneered and snarled, some even laughed. None knew him. He knew that the bad seed had come to earth and prospered like he had never seen before. Knowing what he must do, the Wangad brought down a punishment upon the animals of the earth. In his anger, he bellowed out loud and smashed his fists into the ground, causing volcanemons to spew forth, and earthquakes to rumble across the world. He commanded a fire bolt from the stars that smashed into the earth with such force that the moon sprang from its shoulder. And with all the dust and dirt thrown into the air, 1,000 summer darkness reigned upon the earth. Speaking to the world as he departed, the Wangad said, "Know this darkness, beasts, and choke in it. But enjoy it while it lasts. For when the millennium is done, the Ataman will come and tame you and put you to work. And then you will know the wrath of the Wangad." Heavy stuff. In her waking life, Stormy knew all about Ataman and the ancient ones who the Wangad put on the earth at the end of the dark times. She had heard the story 1,000 times in church, and had read it herself from the Book of Life in the library. Of course not everyone believed in the Wangad. Some people, the fool for instance, thought there was a god for every occasion. Stormy did not know what she believed when she was awake. Asleep she was completely adrift, and her more playful sleeping brain was having fun retelling the beginning story. In this version, the Wangad was doing his rounds in space and needed to stop for a bite. Taking an unusual route through the Milky Way on his way back home, he just happened upon the Earth, no more than a barren rock, really, sort of down a back alley. He thought nothing particularly of it, and took out his packed lunch of bread and fishes. He drank water from his imperial flask, and rested a while. Before setting off on the long journey home, he took a dump. Then, feeling refreshed and relaxed, he went on his merry way and thought nothing more about the earth. Unbeknown to the Wangad, he had picked the wrong place to do his business, for though the Wangad knew everything, he was a very busy man. His mind was on other things. Well, after the Wangad had departed, his pee trickled away and formed the oceans. The seeds in his brown grew into plants and trees. And the worms, which the Wangad had been pretending to himself that he did not have, crawled out of the brown and grew into the beasts. Many thousands of summers later, in a clearing in the great forest, the giggle monkeys had fallen out, arguing over the punch line to a joke. Ada Monkey had gone off in a huff. And it just so happened at this instant, by pure cosmological chance, a hefty meteorite slammed into the far side of the earth, and then the great darkness befell the whole planet. Monkey found himself lost and wandering in the changed forest, until the sun shone again countless many summers later. However, during the dark times, Monkey had become transkinkt. And while he was not the only beast to change shape, he emerged as the Ataman. Ataman being in both of the comparative theologies, the father of men, the first of the family of ancient ones. In her dream Stormy knew all this in an instant. Remember, she was battling her way up the mountain, with unseen flying reptile creatures flapping all around in the shadows, so recreating this whole story was a neat trick. She knew she was in the Kata story, the dark times, which is why the giggle monkey view of creation sort of made dream sense to her. She was a girl, and she was looking for her father, and she and her dad were alive during the dark times. Then she realized this could not be. The way the Book of Life told it, the first people on the earth were born after the dark times had ended. They were the chosen people of the one God put upon the earth to bring calm to the chaos. To Stormy in her dream, the thought of living through the cataclysm was more shocking than the idea of the one God pushing cloth. Stormy stopped, her chest heaving. The swirling dust felt almost alive inside her, making her cough. Gasping for breath, she set off again, only able to see 20 or so feet ahead of her, just enough to realize that the mountain path now wound along a steep cliff. Around and around she went, spiraling up the wet and slippery path on a sort of fairy tale mountain. Finally she saw the mountaintop castle above. But in that instant, the castle morphed into a gaping black cave. An ear-splitting roar came from within, which seemed to shake the whole mountain. Stormy stopped dead. She knew her father was inside. Another roar. And then the owner of the roar emerged from the cave. A huge black monster. A huge black cat. It was actually an enormous black cat, with horns and electric red eyes that pierced the grey dark. On 2 occasions in her waking life Stormy had seen the sandy-colored mountain lions in the high country above Mauritania. But this creature was jet black and 10 times the size, so in Stormy's mind it definitely qualified as a monster. Face to face, it was even bigger than the tales mountain folk told of it in their night stories in the taverns. "I've come to rescue my father," gasped Stormy. She was very afraid, but determined. She knew that she had to somehow get past the beast, go inside the cave, and rescue her dad. And she was going to do it, too. "Just like you would for your dad. You get out of my way," she ordered. "Can't," rasped the beast. "Come back later. I'm busy." "No, you're not," Stormy said. "What have you got to be busy about? If you're anything like my cat, you eat, lie around, and sleep most of the time." "Eating sounds like a good idea," said the beast, flicking a pink tongue the width of a tree trunk across its lips. "Now you're trying to scare me, you mean thing. What's your name, anyway?" The black cat shrugged its head, and Stormy thought it looked momentarily ashamed. "Proton," he murmured. And then, regaining his momentum, he boomed, "Girl child, know me as Proton, king of all the mountains. Precursor of all monkeys and men. Oh. I'm Stormy," said Stormy. It seemed the right thing to say at the time. But, to Stormy's surprise, it was the right thing to say. The big black cat, aka Proton, king of the mountains, precursor of all monkeys and men, opened his electric red eyes wide. "Ah! So it is you." Now it was time for Stormy to open her eyes wide. "It is me what? It is you who, in the stories of the ancient ones, brings the never-ending storm to my mountains. For even though I rule here, in the absence of sunshine it seems like everyone's got a monk on all the time, and no one pays me the proper attention anymore." "Well, in that case," thought Stormy, "I'll walk right on in and find my dad." She started making towards the cave in her determined way. "What? What? What? What do you think you are doing? Out of my way, cat, or whatever you're called. Are you not forgetting something? Stormy, bringer of storms. What? If you wish to enter this cave, then you must bring the sunshine back to me. Now it was Stormy's turn to stop. She was very confused. But I didn't bring the storm, she protested, concentrating hard. Had she brought the storm? No. I just dreamed it and... You see. You admit it. Proton laughed and began moving from foot to foot, for the entrance to the cave was not wide enough for him to pace back and forth. He looked as if he had just scored a point for the prosecution. No. Stormy sobbed. What about my dad? He's busy too. Digging. But we need sunshine. Come back with some sunshine. The cat turned to go. Wait, cried Stormy. Proton turned its head back to the girl and yawned a gaping yawn, showing stalactite and stalagmite teeth. And that curling red carpet of a tongue. What? He asked. Where do I find sunshine? The cat looked mildly irritated now, like he really was being held up from having a snooze, which, as you know, all cats hate. Harumphing, he said, very well. You must climb the highest mountain. And it's not this one, I've already looked. Climb the highest mountain, the cat went on, and you will know it at night by the constellation of the mitre. Remember in your mind, the portion of the sky where the mitre's arse is marked by the stars, and in the morning the sun and life will shine forth from there. But that's the kind of jokes that boys tell, said Stormy, trying not to laugh. Well, I didn't make it up. Go and ask the giggle monkeys if you don't believe me. In waking life, if had Stormy been able to remember these fine details of this dream, she would have first thought that if Proton was king of all the mountains, then why didn't he get up off his cat ass and go and find the sunshine himself? And if she had to do it, then she would have despaired at the enormity of the task. However, in dreamtime logic it all seemed relatively straightforward and clear. She knew the highest mountains in the world lay to the north and the east of Morinia, and the highest mountain was self-evidently one of those. All she had to do was cross hundreds of miles of unexplored wilderness, climb mountains that were previously impenetrable to humankind, and then she could map the position of the sun by the mitre's arse, harness its energy, bring it back to Proton, and in so doing be reunited with her dad. And just as she felt the restorative resolution of having a clear plan, the cat and the cave dissolved. The morning sun shone, and Stormy did not remember anything about her quest for sunshine. Instead she found herself on the shore of an ocean. On a rock, a stone's throw from the shore, sat a creature with her back to Stormy. From folk tales she knew the creature to be a mermangle. The mermangle seemed oblivious to Stormy, and was busy preening herself. A flutter of her wings, a swish of her tail as she combed her wet blonde locks. And then the mermangle stopped what she was doing and began to turn her head. For a half moment Stormy was petrified, thinking the mermangle would have the hideous look of a devil beast. But she had a woman's face. On closer inspection Stormy realized that the mermangle was her own stepmother, Gwyn Merelda. "Hello darling," said the Gwyn Merangel. It seemed to Stormy like the most natural thing in the world that she would be talking to her stepmother Mermangle, in a place she had never been, while inhaling the unmistakable smell of the ocean. "I was just coming to say goodbye," said Stormy. "Darling child," said Gwyn Merangel. "I know I cannot stop you, but I wish you would know before you go careening off all over the place, that it will most definitely end in tears." Then Stormy woke up just as the real sun was beginning to cast its warming rays through the gaps in the shutters of her real bedroom, making patterns of horizontal lines across the drapes. She pulled the curtains open with a swish, and the lingering fragments of her mad dreams disappeared. Chapter 4. The Wilsons and the God Loves. Once upon a time there was a beautiful princess, named Alexandra Stormy Bald Wilson. Stormy lived in a sort of castle on Bald Mountain, with her father the King Walter Bald Wilson II, and her sort of ugly, sort of but maybe not evil stepmother, Queen Gwyn Merelda. Bald Mountain Castle was in the territory of Morinia, which was a small and fairly isolated part of a much larger and much unexplored world. Had Walter Bald been writing the story, he would have begun it with the words "Once upon a world," for time, as you and I know it, had not yet been invented in Mauritania. And if we begin to dig, as we shall inevitably have to do as we accompany a 13-year-old princess suddenly let loose, then we shall discover that there was something about this world that was not at all right. King Walter Bald knew something of this, and that was why he was going on his expedition, to find out more. For Walter Bald, in his quest for knowledge, had become aware in recent summers that there were certain ideas people knew and took for granted, which had always seemed to fit with the lore of this fairy tale world, but which increasingly, to a logically inquiring mind like his own, were all out of whack. The house on Bald Mountain was a sort of castle, because while it was certainly spacious by contemporary standards, it had to accommodate various members of the king and queen's extended families, and had to have a barn attached that was big enough for large gatherings of more than 50 people. This castle was made almost entirely of wood. And to the honest eye, it could reasonably be described as ramshackle. There were metal fixings, but these were always used wisely and sparingly, because workable metal was a rare commodity, even in Mauritania. Although there were rumors. Notable among the castle's other inhabitants were the widowed Grandma Natasha Godlove, the Queen Mother. Grandma Godlove, or Gigi as she was affectionately known, and her granddaughter Stormy got on like a house on fire. Then there was Grandma Zilfer and Grandpa Jacob Bald Wilson, the king's parents. These were a handful to say the least, cantankerous and contrary with each other, and more so with their own children. And if it does not seem to make sense that Jacob Bald Wilson was alive and yet Walter Bald was king, fretter ye not. We all know about queen mothers, but the idea of a king father seems strange. But why should it be, ask yourself that? And anyway, Jacob Bald was only strange when he played grandpa-ish tricks. He was actually a very cheery and highly intelligent fellow. Highly original in his outlook, although, it must be admitted, a bit ornery. It was in keeping with his ornery character that when Jacob Bald reached his 55th birthday, he took the unusual step of retiring, becoming the first known king father, and causing a proper constitutional storm in a water tank. Most people in Mauritania were Wanggodmetists to some degree or other, at least on the surface. But most were too busy with daily life to be more involved than attending seventh-day services and religious festivals. Wanggodmetism had its professional holy men, called probers, missioned throughout the western lands. And the ruling body of Wanggodmetists in Mauritania, the unimaginatively named High Council of Wanggodmetists, had seen Jacob Bald's resignation as an in. The probers said that the whole Wilson family should thus be excluded from the throne. They'd never liked those Wilsons anyway, all of them too lively by half. And the council suspected they were a bunch of freethinkers to boot. That Jacob Bald. And Walter Bald was worse. And no male heir. Of course they saw an opportunity to make their own man, Proberager Lee Bishop, the new king. Or at least someone with a couple of sons. The more pragmatic council of town elders said it really should go to a vote, because even if it was a kingdom, the council of town elders knew you only could lead when you led where people wanted to go. So 4 prospective king-candidates were put forward, including Bishop and Walter Bald. In the event, when it was put to a popular vote, despite the dirty trickery and shenanigans of the Wanggodmetists, the Moranian people decided that Walter Bald should be king after all. And not purely out of a respect for tradition. They liked Walter Bald. That was the long and short of it. And he was useful, king or no. As a young man, Walter Bald had pioneered the development of the first septic tanks in the town, which had improved the humor and health of all. And then he had invented a wind-powered water pump. The prototype lifted water a distance of 300 vertical feet, from the irrigation ditch right into a water tank in the basement of Bald Mountain Castle. This technology had the wider and very popular application of making the watering of naturally drier benches above the ditch 100 times easier. And in extending the Moranian common lands, suddenly Moranians had the capacity to engage in proper crop rotation, averting the risk of overfarming some of the available land. In short, agricultural output achieved a stable level, which made, almost, everyone happy therein, for even in sort of fairy tale worlds, everyone has to eat. Walter Bald was always tinkering with things, trying to make them work better. Just like what he was doing now, in going north to the mountains. Trying to make his world work better. But enough of politics and pumpery, for hark, fellow travelers, the cock crows forth already. And there are many early risers in Bald Mountain Castle. Chapter 5. Good news, bad news. Queen Gwynmerelda was already up and doing yoga. She was a striking figure, even when stood on her head, which allowed the blood from her feet to refresh her brain and temporarily squish her face. Righting herself, and passing from the bedroom to the bathroom, Gwynmerelda was neither as ugly nor as evil as our traditions might have led us to believe. Not even when she sat on the toilet. For if the jury was still out on whether the Wong god had bodily functions, the queens in this world, unlike those in our own, most certainly did go to the toilet. Naturally, the king did not find her to be either ugly or evil, or any such trad stepmother things. While beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and evil doings can rapidly diminish first impressions of beauty, Queen Gwynmerelda, at 40 summers, still held the king enthralled. Furthermore, she was a practical, active woman, and these are very good traits for a wife as well as a queen. Gwynmerelda could be self-centered and insensitive at times, but these are hardly unusual attributes among humans. And if she lacked tact, beneath it all she did have a heart. Of course Stormy was a teenage princess who had lost her own mother, Queen Ursula, on the night of her birth. And things being what they were, it wasn't likely that the Stormy princess and her stepmother would get along. And they didn't. But even Stormy had to admit, at least to herself in secret, that Gwynmerelda ran a tight ship in Bald Mountain Castle. For example, Gwynmerelda believed in everyone pulling her or his own weight. While traditional kings and queens had serving people to satisfy their every whim and fancy, at Bald Mountain Castle the Wilson family fended for itself. The queen made sure Stormy was well versed in washing up, and was quite able to make her own omelets, bake bread, roll her own pasta, and shoot, skin, and cook a rabbit. "It'll come in handy," Gwynmerelda would say sternly when Stormy groaned, "Do I have to?" "You'll see." And if a queen can say that to a princess, it's probably true. While the Wilsons sometimes did have helpers from the town to cook and clean, this was in return for hands-on services provided by members of the royal household themselves. Gwynmerelda taught yoga and ran a women's group. Walter Bald was called on for advice on any number of things. If anything mechanical needed fixing, he rolled up his sleeves and got dirt under his fingernails. There was a tradition of service in Stormy's country. All Moranians over the age of 12, for example, trained with the Moranian Defense Guard. And for such a small and isolated kingdom, the Home Guard had seen active service down through its history more than you might think. The previous summer, Stormy had trained with the Cliff Scouts. The Cliff Scouts patrolled hidden trails in the steep forest above the Bald River, from where they could monitor the Falls Road without being seen. Stormy had particularly enjoyed the training runs from base to summit of the Falls Road, which suited her natural talents. Stormy also volunteered at the library. There were reading books there, but it was mostly picture books, because most people could not read. Stormy, who could read quite well, trust Gwynmerelda for that, sometimes read aloud to children and adults. Each book was handcrafted and handwritten or drawn, as the printing press, let alone the computers which most children in our time use the library for, had not been imagined. No eating sweets while reading or dog-earing the pages here. Today, in fact, was her day to volunteer. And because she had chores to do, Stormy was up, as usual, as early as the Queen. Sonia the summer kitchen girl had already helped pack the king off on his travels, so when Stormy got to the kitchen, there was food on the table. Stormy knew Sonia's cousin Fred, one of the senior Cliff Scouts. They chatted about him as the princess tore off hunks of still warm bread, smothering them with gooseberry jam. There was rough cereal and goat milk, too, along with goat cheese and a wooden bowl brimful with some of the first fresh strawberries of the season. There was tea in the pot, not tea as you or I might know it, but locally gathered and dried leaves infused in boiling water. It was actually as good a feast as you could hope for, and Stormy tucked in with full teen gusto. "Our Fred says you're not bad on them runs, for a princess, anyways," Sonia teased Stormy. "I think he's got a crush on you." Stormy blushed, but didn't answer. The grandparents filed in one after another and began piling up their plates while mumbling among themselves. Last but not least came Gwyne Merelda. She entered the room radiating a yogatic splendor that deserved a fanfare, as was usual with her. But it never ceased to seriously irritate her stepdaughter. Seating herself regally and taking a cup of tea, Gwyne Merelda composed herself. But someone paying close attention would have noticed that composure was hard-won. Gwyne Merelda was worried. But she was a queen, and queens, she felt, dealt with their worries on their own. This may have been why she dealt with this particularly worry with less finesse than she might have. "Now Alexandra," she began in a two-step motherly voice. "As I am sure your father told you last night, we have special guests, very special guests arriving this afternoon." It was something in the Queen's tone. Stormy stopped chewing. "But I'm volunteering at the library." "Oh, don't worry about that. I've already told Athena you won't be going in today." The Queen sighed to herself. She knew she was handling this badly, but not knowing another way, forged ahead. She said more sternly than she felt, "I sense your father has left me again to be the bearer of important tidings." Well, and then she rushed through the very news that worried her. "This afternoon Prince Mercurio will arrive, accompanied by Queen Nukander, from, as you all know, our neighbors, the Kingdom of Oasaria." Grandpa Jakerbald spat out a mouthful of tea in surprise. Grandma Zilfer and Gigi looked very uncomfortable. "But they don't like us," Stormy said. "The last time they were here, Mercurio said we all smiled too much. And they're such a downer. Why are they coming here?" There was silence in the room. It was well known in Morainia that if there was an invasion of that peaceful country, it would be from Oasaria. So the grandparents had a good idea what was coming next. "Grandma? Grandpa?" Stormy said. But no one answered her. The Queen, determined, carried on. "They come, I believe, to make a proposal that will join our two kingdoms in peace." Stormy laughed. "Oh yeah," she said. "Fred always says if anyone's going to invade us, it'll be. They come to make a marriage proposal." The Queen sipped her tea with apparent calm. "This is a courtship visit. And an official one, too." At this, Stormy was stunned into silence. Not for long, however. As the news sunk in, her face reddened and her eyes flashed. "No way! No way am I ever marrying that toadying prancer. I won't even be nice to him." "And who, may I ask, told you that you would have any choice in the matter?" snapped the Queen. She hated herself for sounding like this, but a combination of worry, guilt, and annoyance at her teenage stepdaughter now had control. "I'd rather die," said Stormy, and she burst into tears. All three grandparents jumped up at once, clucking sympathetically around her. And then there was a different sound, like someone banging a hammer on the church gong. It was the Fool, bedraggled and spindly as usual, three-cornered hat askew and looking somewhat hung-over, announcing his entrance by banging a metal serving spoon on an upheld frying pan. "Oh bugger, late as usual," he muttered. And then, gathering himself together, the Fool did his Fool thing. The finery, the pomp, the regalio call. The marriage brokery all arranged. But if the best laid plans were unstoppable, then there would be no story strange. The Fool was curious in the sense that he was not especially good at his craft. He could make astute observations in the form of rhyme, but was not particularly funny. In the way of failed performers everywhere, he would have made a good teacher in the craft of foldom. Or maybe it was all a clever disguise. Meanwhile, Queen Gwynmerelda felt she'd had just about enough. Why was it always only her who worried about the future of the kingdom? The rest of them just enjoyed themselves. Shut the feckle up, she snapped. Everyone turned and looked inquiringly her way. Nookiander's retinue is on its way, and the princess will not only meet the prince, but she will be on her very best behavior, said the queen, eyeing Stormy with a particularly stern look. No, I won't. I can't stand that brat of a butt-start. Well, said the fool, searching for the right words. Well, you will have to meet him, Stormy, but only because it will take us a few days or so to get ready. Get ready for what? Demanded the queen. Why, to depart of course. At this, Stormy saw the faintest glimmer of light at the end of what was looking like some very dark days indeed. She looked hopefully at the fool, and so didn't notice a certain relaxing of a worried line on the queen's forehead. The fool did his fool thing again. The east wind blows a change in atmosphere. That reacts ill in our western heavens. Never did it ever look so black here. Since the dark age of the cataclysm. And defying his always about to fall over appearance, the fool stood on Walter Bald's empty chair at the head of the table and pronounced, "Let all present bear witness. I hereby initiate Princess Stormy into the Order of the Accidental Adventurers." He looked at Stormy, and Stormy found herself nodding vigorously, without knowing what she was agreeing to. Plucking it from nowhere, the fool threw an oversized egg at the princess, which splattered across the top of her left ear. Ow! What was that for? Howled Stormy. Nobody answered. The grandparents began a low murmuring. Sonia the kitchen girl, who had been hovering with a fresh round of bread, dropped the wooden bowl, and was scurrying down on her hands and knees to clear up the mess. The queen, unseen by the rest, exchanged a quick look with the fool. She then rose to her feet, the scraping back of her huge chair demanding silence. You call that an initiation, you idiot? Skimble scamble it is not. Princess Alexandra, said the fool, looking at Stormy and winking, the princess, is, if I am not mistaken, 13 summers old. And thus in accordance with ancient regalio call, as I am sure you, dear queen, are more aware than most, those who have been initiated into the order are bound to embark upon the journey in search of accidental adventure. She's a girl, you dunderhead munkid, the queen said. At this, Gigi looked at her queerly. Ah, the old woman thought to herself. She's my daughter, and I know she's up to something. But she's heir to the throne, the fool retorted. That is, if we don't persist with the elective monarchy anomaly. And with that, the whole breakfast table was thrown into constitutional crisis. Jacorbald stood up, a smile spreading across his face, and began to clap his hands, saying bravo! Bravo! Having once been king and a member of the order himself, he raised his mug of apple juice to propose a toast to Princess Alexandra Stormy Bald Wilson, groundbreaking, a better granddaughter one couldn't hope to have. Welcome to the order of the... Sit down you wizened grackle brain, said the queen, cutting him off. And in that moment, the only king of Mauritania in the last 75 summers to have led men into battle, defensive though it was, quaked in the shadow of his daughter-in-law. In the pregnant pause, the fool deftly leapt onto the table, then skipped along its whole length, bearing down on the queen. Gwynmerelda lunged at him, as the fool jumped past her in an impossible bound towards the counter at the far end of the kitchen, his arms outstretched to reach the biscuit tin on the toppermost shelf. Gwynmerelda had slowed the fool's momentum, but his reaching fingers still managed to send the tin clattering across the floor, while the fool himself landed in a heap. On impact, the tin sent its contents flying, with biscuit crumbs and a sealed notandum skittering across the floor. The note was sealed with the king's waxen emblem, a crown guarded by a raven bird on either side. At a look from the queen, Sonia bent down, picked up the note, and handed it to Gwynmerelda, who was now seated, calm and queenly, at the head of the table. The queen wielded her bread knife, sliced open the wax, and unfolded the paper. All eyes upon her saw her brief look of resignation as she read the words contained within. Gwyn Merrildaw sighed. "Well, what does it say?" piped up Jaker Bald. "Let her read it," said Grandma Zilfer. Gigi, who sat next to Stormy, put a protective arm around the princess's shoulder, as if fearing bad tidings. Stormy herself was reeling, her emotions pulled this way then that. It felt like her life had changed forever in the short space of time between last night and now. "It says," said the Queen, "that Princess Alexandra is to be accompanied by the Fool, on a totally fruitless journey, seeking a ridiculous accidental adventure, which everyone knows has traditionally been used by Moranian men as an excuse to get off by themselves." "You're embellishing," said the Fool, grinning. "What else?" "Whatever else it says, it does not concern you." On the contrary, what the note said did concern the Fool, and everyone else around the table. A cloud passed in front of the sun in the sky outside, and the shadow that passed through the kitchen, over the Queen's face, masked something in her expression. It went unnoticed by all except for Gigi, the Queen's own mother. Then, quick as a splash, Gwyn Merrildaw's regal demeanour returned. Queen Gwyn Merrildaw stood up, sending her chair clunking over, and puffing herself up, she looked directly into Stormy's eyes. "Princess Alexandra. Queen Nukander and the royal Prince Mercurio will be arriving by midday, and you better be on your very best behavior, my girl, or woe betide the consequences." In the pandemonium that followed, almost no one noticed the note fall to the floor, where Sonia, the kitchen maid, swept it up before leaving the room. Only Stormy saw. But she had other things to think about just then. Chapter 6. Big Hair, Big Trouble. Remember, that time as we know it had not been invented in the Western kingdoms. Moranians did not yet think in terms of minutes and hours. They had long days and short days according to the season, they had their arbitrary 7-day week, and worked in lunar months and solar years. But anything shorter was measured in moments. Yes, they had their moments, but these were fluid, and of variable and thus indeterminate length. As you may have guessed, the clock, which Moranians had never encountered, was ticking towards the hour when they would. But for Stormy, the morning and afternoon were a jumble of emotions that went on forever. While she wanted the meeting with the Prince Mercurio to be over and done with, she also wished it could be put off for as long as possible. Queen Nukander, her second youngest son Prince Mercurio, a godmodist prober named Eligerine, and their entourage of journeymen and maids, arrived mid-afternoon. There was a crazy commotion as their convoy wound its way through the narrow streets of Morainia town. Donkey-drawn carriages were highly unusual in these parts, and the ornate extravagance of workmanship on Queen Nukiander's carriage was rarely seen by the mountain town folk. Gold-painted wooden swirls swelled above the front wheels into cascading waves. Over each of the rear wheels sat a finely carved seraphic mare manjal, complete with wings, curling fishtails, and swirling golden hair, which cascaded around their beguiling blue ocean eyes and red sunset lips. Arms outstretched along either side of the carriage windows, the mare manjals dwarfed the peering face of Prince Mercurio. The whole charabanc spoke of untold wealth in the sea kingdoms to the south. Stormy heard the fanfare as the procession wound its way up Bald Mountain and through the front gate. She saw the royal carriage lurch a bit on account of a pothole in the driveway. And while imagining the mare manjal's head torn off by a collision with the wall, Stormy experienced a momentary wisp of that morning's forgotten dream. But then the dream was gone, and she watched the visitors disembark, to be greeted by Geraldo. A sudden shooting pain in her stomach made Stormy cramp up double. And though she had recovered when Gigi arrived to help her dress for dinner, the combination of the strange pain and the disturbing circumstance made her feel weak and sad. So even though she had never gone in for big frocks and big hair, this time she didn't put up her usual protest. She needed all her concentration to face the challenge of whatever the night's protocol and pompifery would throw at her. When Gigi ushered Stormy into Gwyn Merrildaw's chamber for a queenly seal of approval, Stormy caught a hurried and secretive exchange between the daughter and mother. This made Stormy feel even less at ease, if that was possible. But it was a fleeting impression, and Gwynemerelda was immediately back to her old self, primping a stray hair among the elegantly styled curls bunched up on Stormy's head. "I have always told you, Alex, that you scrub up particularly well, given the right guidance." And then with a burst of warmth, which again seemed strange for Gwynemerelda, she said, "You will be absolutely fine, my dear. Absolutely fine." Straightening her back in that regal, yoga-trained way she had, the queen indicated that the princess do the same. Taking Stormy's hand, she led her to meet the handsome prince. Maybe it was true. As the stories told, the charming prince would come, and he would be handsome beyond belief. He would sweep the princess off her feet, and this would be the start of their living happily ever after. In spite of her earlier words, Princess Stormy found herself gazing to her right, along the dinner table toward Prince Mercurio. Had she been able to admit it to herself, her heart cogs were almost imperceptibly beginning to engage. It was like a butterfly emerging from a chrysalis inside her stomach, and beating its wings for the very first time. Mercurio was older than Stormy, of course. He was 19. He was tall, blonde, handsome, he looked mature. Stormy had met him before, but then she had only been 6 summers old, and he 12. There had been a big celebration feast when Walter Bald married Gwynemerelda, and it would have been a mistake not to invite representatives of the kingdom of Oasaria. The young prince had come with his mother, Nukander, the queen and ruler of Oasaria. And all Stormy could remember of Mercurio was hating him for how he teased her, by pulling the limbs from a daddy long legs. She vaguely remembered that he'd said there should be war, not feasting, between their peoples. And that a good battle would settle once and for all who owned what. But maybe her memory was playing tricks on her? All that was all a long time ago. And in the interim, Mercurio had seemingly changed into a man, as Stormy knew that she herself was beginning to change from a girl to a young woman. All this arranged marriage business may seem strange to us, but in this sort of fairy tale world, people generally died young. Stormy's mother Ursula, for instance. It was highly unusual for someone of Stormy's age to have 3 living grandparents. Jacob Bald, at the age of 66, was as old and wise a man as you would usually ever meet. And so it followed that if children were to have grandparents, and grandparents were to know their grandchildren, then it was not out of the ordinary for teenage girls to give birth to children, fathered by swashbuckling teenage boys, in arranged teenage marriages. Stormy leaned forward again and looked over to the swagger-swanking Mercurio, before lowering her eyes to the plate where she'd mostly just pushed the food around. It didn't matter that the braised wild turkey and fire-roasted potatoes were her favorite. The prince seemed most charming, in a way that Stormy could not explain. He could talk at the dinner table like an adult. According to tradition, Mercurio sat to the right of Queen Gwynemerelda. Nukander sat to Gwynemerelda's left, and Stormy to Nukander's left. This meant that for Mercurio and Stormy to see each other, one or both of them had to lean conspicuously forwards to look around the 2 queens. Of course this was the whole point. In this way, everyone else around the table, and the 2 queens in particular, would be acutely aware of any electrical currents. It was an age-old ritual, which had probably evolved specifically to play havoc with teenage hormones. Stormy watched her stepmother smiling and laughing at Mercurio's small talk. She felt very uncomfortable. Her brain told her one thing and her body another, she could not decide which one of them was lying to her. Between the struggle of body and brain, she was having a hard time keeping up her end of the conversation. She managed to and AAA, and grunt at Nukander's attempts to engage her, but little else. Some short moons back, Stormy had had a crush on a boy who was staying in town. Indeed, they had on one occasion secretly kissed. It was sweet and fleeting, for the boy, named River, was with a band of traveling players performing in Mora Inia for the spring fair. It seemed like he'd gone away as soon as he had appeared. Then there was Fred, from the Cliff Scouts. Stormy liked Fred, but not like she had liked River. But Fred seemed to like Stormy the way she'd liked River. It was all very confusing. Stormy felt some more of these exciting uncertainties as she furtively leaned forward and glanced at Mercurio again. This time he caught her eye and she quickly looked away. Nukander caught the moment, as did Gwynemerelda. They turned to each other and exchanged knowing looks. Unusually, Stormy had been allowed a glass of the reddest wine she had ever seen. And where she had trouble making the food pass her lips, she had no problem with the wine. Each time she drank, the glass was magically refilled, the wine imperceptibly cloudier, and Stormy drank some more. Then the dinner was suddenly over. The band struck up, and the dancing began, led by Zilfer and Jakerbald, who only needed the slightest excuse to take to the dance floor. Most of the adults gradually followed suit. Stormy saw all this as a pleasant blur, and then Mercurio took her hand and led her to the dance floor. She felt like she was walking on air. Stormy's head was spinning from too much wine with too little food. And the movement as she and Mercurio circulated the dance floor did nothing to help her regain any sense of balance. She felt dizzy and thrilled at the same time. She wondered if this was what people meant when they described being swept off their feet by a special other. But when she dared raise her head and look into Mercurio's blue eyes, what she saw unnerved her and not in a good way. That uncomfortable moment, however, was quickly snatched away. For just as suddenly as it had begun, the dance was over, and everyone was applauding. Indeed, everyone had made a half-circle around the prince and princess and were cheering them. Mercurio whispered something in Stormy's ear, but she couldn't hear what he said. She just felt his hot wet breath against her ear. She didn't like it, and turned to walk away. Soon the evening's guests began melting away, as people wished each other good night. Stormy felt Mercurio squeeze her hand as he drifted away. She felt Gwynemerelda hugging her, and Zilfer and Gigi taking hold of her hands. The combination of emotions and events made the weather systems in Stormy's stomach billow in unpredictable formations. The way Stormy remembered it, Mercurio was staring up at her with an uncomfortable glint in his eye, as she somehow managed to climb the stairwell. She saw Nukander go to him, take him by the arm, and say something angrily. He shook his mother's arm off and came up the stairs after her. The next thing she knew, she was in the corridor just before her own bedroom. But Mercurio was now in front of her, leaning against the doorjamb of her room. His eyes still had that same glint. And something about that glint made Stormy afraid. Chapter 7. One dead prince. She must be dreaming, she thought. She closed her eyes and shook her head. A dizziness swirled up from her stomach, and when she opened her eyes again, Mercurio was still there, coming towards her. Mercurio grabbed Stormy by the wrists and pushed her against the door. Before she had time to breathe, he was kissing her, pushing his tongue against her mouth. As she struggled, Stormy's elbow caught the door handle, pressing down upon it, releasing the door inwards, and sending the prince and princess sprawling. Freed from Mercurio's grapple, Stormy leapt onto the bed. "What are you doing?" she cried, as Mercurio closed the door behind him and bolted it. "Stay away from me," she screamed. "Fear me not, little strumpet," grinned Mercurio. "I only want a quiet word." And she half believed him for the half moment it took until he lunged at her legs, sending her spinning backwards into the pillows. Immediately he was on her again, holding down her arms. His eyes bore down into Stormy's, but his voice was amused, almost casual, when he said, "You will marry me." And then he said, almost, "I think it will be a pleasure to break you." He grinned again. "I always loved a fight." Stormy looked into his cold blue eyes and saw the truth there, no love, but hatred. And she learned one of the first lessons of her adult life, that there are those who prefer the one to the other. It was a hard lesson, and she had no time to take it in, as he pulled her up toward him. She gave a small sob, and realized her mistake. But her distress only added more fuel to Mercurio's fire. Mercurio really did want to marry Stormy. It was his ticket to being the next king of Mauritania. Having two older brothers before him, and vying to be next in line to the Oasarian throne, this was his one big chance. He wasn't going to miss out. Drunk as he was, he thought there was no time like the present to assert his authority. Mercurio, it will be seen, had never been able to wait for what he wanted. He laughed again and repeated. You will marry me. My interests will be yours. What's yours will be mine. And that includes your precious Moranian metals, deep in these hills. He closed his eyes as if savoring her dowry already. That was a mistake. In that instant Stormy managed to wriggle partially free. Unseating the prince, she forced her knees up in front of her, and with the tautness of a crossbow, kicked out with all her might. Her heels crunched into Mercurio's ribs. He let out a surprised groan, and fell backwards. Stormy curled up in a defensive ball, burying her head in the bed, expecting the worst. Bracing herself for the inevitable onslaught. A nonillionth of a moment become a nanomoment, that stretched and split. Those 2 nanomoments then elasticated and split again, like cells dividing and replicating. 4 became 8, 8 became 16, and so on exponentially. The attack never came. There was only silence. Slowly, very slowly, Stormy lifted her head and turned. Through her tears she looked and saw the prince sprawled on the wooden floor, looking up with a fixed expression on his face, and a pool of blood spreading from the back of his head. She saw blood on the bedpost. Then there was a banging on the door and shouting. Mechanically, Stormy lifted her legs over the side of the bed and began to walk, stepping around the dead prince, to the door. She slid the bolt back, opened the door, and stood aside as Gwyn Merildar rushed in. Geraldo came behind her, quickly shutting the door behind him. Chapter 8 Yoga Breath. Stormy threw herself at Gwyn Merildar, burying her head in the queen's breast, as if by shutting her eyes tightly, she could make it all go away. The queen took in the grisly scene with one look. I knew it, she said grimly. That look on his face. Geraldo bent over the prince or, more accurately, what had been the prince and said dispassionately, little bastard. He must have cracked his skull when you fought him off. Stormy nodded mutely. My fault, said Gwyn Merildar tensely. We used you to gain time. But there's no time now. We have to get you away from here. Can I sleep? Can I come to your room? The princess whimpered. No, I mean, yes, come to my room, but we have to get you away, away from the castle, tonight. I'm afraid so, Stormy, nodded Geraldo, as a look of bewildered horror crept across the princess's already confuzzled brow. There is no seer living who could predict what the Oasarians might do now. We have to get you as far away and as fast as possible. For your own safety, he continued, putting a finger to his lips and ushering them out of the room. Geraldo closed the door on the dead prince. Take Stormy downstairs, he said, looking at Gwyn Merildar. Yes, she whispered back. You wake the fool. The queen led Stormy quietly down the back staircase and into her own chamber, where she briskly checked through a knapsack she had hidden, already packed. Stormy watched, barely understanding what this meant. Had the queen known the Oasarian visit would have unintended consequences? What Gwyn Merildar really wanted to do was to fold the frightened princess in her arms and reassure her. But for her own safety, Stormy would have to be able to stand on her own now. She had to learn she was alone. Don't stand there looking like a goggle bird, girl, she barked. Move. The harshness had its intended effect. Stormy angrily came out of her trance and set to work. Packing for a camping trip, ladies. The fool stuck his head in the door. He had been pleasantly drunk and fast asleep, but the news that he must shortly leave sobered him up quick. Tearful goodbyes were out of the question. Gwyn Merildar knew that any sign of sentiment now would only hamper Stormy. So with dry eyes and unyielding body, the queen pushed Stormy and the fool out into the night. She watched as they disappeared, hurrying, into the dark, and didn't blink once, not even when Stormy looked back uncertainly one last time. It was only when the queen knew they were gone that she allowed herself a brief moment of collapse. She sank back against the wall, gasping for air. Geraldo looked at her, worried. "Yoga breath," he advised. "Yes. Yes," she said. And the deep breaths did indeed help restore her regal balance. Because for a queen and for all of us sometimes duty comes first. And duty is hard. It is hard to send a child out into the world to become an adult. But it has to be done. "We'll wait until dawn," she said tensely. "Before we rouse the Oasarians. We have to give Stormy and the Fool what little head start we can." Geraldo nodded. Yoga breath again. And a silent prayer that no one would hear the muted patter of the donkeys carrying the Fool and Stormy from the rear stable, to a mountain trail, and into the night. No one in the castle stirred. And there was no sound until just before dawn the screams of Queen Nukander, who had woken early and gone in search of her son. She, who knew her son well, had known in which bedroom to first look. Gwyn Merildal looked grimly at Geraldo and said, "I'll go to her." "And you?" He nodded. He knew what he had to do. In a side chamber, Roger Lee Bishop, the highest-ranking Moranian prober, was discussing matters with Eligerine, the Oasarian prober. "You planned this?" Eligerine asked coolly. "No, no, no," replied Bishop with a satisfied smile. "Would that I had any influence over that reckless girl. But it does rather, shall we say, change things." "Meaning?" "Meaning people understand a war of revenge. As indeed they do, in every world. And this sort of world was no different from any other in needing a seen-to-be respectable reason for warring against a neighbor. This, Stormy had now provided. One dead prince was a good reason. Even if it was an accident. Chapter 9. A gig at the Grackle Tavern. Stormy and the Fool rode their donkeys relentlessly north and west. It was a mostly cloudy, moonless night, and not at all easy going on the less well-used trails. Only the occasional glimpse of the pole star gave them reassurance. By mid-morning they were heading high into the mountains. The sun rose and warmed their backs. It felt like spring. As the trail wound its way skyward towards an unseen pass, particular zigs or zags gave them brief glimpses of a snow-covered peak, beyond which lay the great ice wall. They rode on, not daring to stop for rest, reached the mountain pass by late afternoon, and began their descent into the next valley over. The sun cast its glare on a lake far below. It would be nightfall soon. "We need to go into a town," the Fool said, worried. "There is a place I know down below. We can rest there." As the warm day melted into twilight, the Fool and the princess entered the small lakeside town of Wangodmankia. There were few people on Main Street, but Stormy didn't dare raise her head to look at their faces. Her attention, anyway, was drawn to a low noise coming from a leaning building down at the end of the street. As they neared, the noise of boisterous voices got louder, and Stormy could see the decrepit look of the building, which was wholly out of place among the austere and well-kept houses of the town. "Here it is," said the Fool, thinking to himself it had been a long time. "The Gobstained Grackle Tavern." Dismounting and indicating Stormy do the same, he whispered, "Trust me." He helped her down and hitched the donkeys to the rail. "It'll just be one drink, and you'll be in a comfy bed before you know it. We just have to establish our presence, so people won't think anything of it. Follow my lead and you'll be fine." Pushing open the doors, they entered the tavern. The noise and smells hit Stormy full in the face. It was busy inside, and nobody in particular looked at them as they found a small table away from the bar. If you had looked at the Fool and Stormy, you would not think them to be an entertainer and a princess. You would think them an entertainer, and, well, another, possibly apprentice, entertainer. This is exactly what the first person to notice Stormy thought, anyway. "Ooh, why the long face, miss?" "Life's too short," said the brash young tavern-mise. Stormy looked at the Fool. The tavern-mise looked from Stormy to the Fool and asked in a friendly voice, what will it be then? Some fresh ale to enliven your thespian livers? And then you'll play us some rom-pom-pumpagle, I shouldn't wonder." The fool nodded. "What," said Stormy below her breath to the fool, "is she talking about?" "She thinks," said the fool, smiling his first natural smile of the day, "that we are travelling players." Before Stormy could reply, the tavern mice had plumped 2 jars of ale on the table before them. And in spite of the wine-racked traumas of the night before, Stormy took the jug by the horns with a great gulp of the beer. "That's better in it," laughed the tavern mice. "You are 16, she went on, taking a stern, closer look at Stormy. "Only jokin'. I knows you are, lovey." Then, as some other reveller loudly called her attention, the tavern mice wheeled away. The fool broke the spell first and looked at the now slightly less bedraggled Stormy. "Tastes good he said as Stormy took another gulp. She nodded. She hadn't realized how thirsty she was, or how hungry. "We'll get food," he reassured her, as if reading her thoughts. As the fool was looking around for signs of what food might be on offer, and trying to attract the attention of the tavern mice again, there was a ruckus behind them at the front door. 3 soldiers were blustering their way in. Suddenly the fool was alert, fox-like animal radar attuned. "Change of plan," he said under his breath to Stormy. "My girl! The great god joke could not have thought us up a better disguise." Stormy looked at him flummoxed. "What do you mean?" "Just follow my lead. I know you can do it." And with the words "do what?" frozen on Stormy's lips, the fool stood up with gravitas that only draped his spindly form when he engaged in the plying of his trade. "Fellow swillers, sit back, relax, hush, be still, I have news, I command your attention. Take a slug, let the ale tickle your tonsils, and hold your belief in suspension. We tell a tale of many terrors and a girl caught between a rock and a life on the run. On the wrong side of a vengeful warrior queen who held the girl murdered her son." The crowd cooed. And then the fool looked to Stormy, with a slight nod of his head, as a musician would to his bandmates, indicating that she come in with her part. Not quite comprehending, Stormy felt her legs act on their own, bringing her to standing, and the muscles in her face contorting, shaping a begoggled O shape, as if about to launch into song. A murmur to her right, and she saw the soldiers and instantly understood. Her discomfort fell away like a loosely tied cloak. She lifted her arms in an opening theatrical gesture and half sang. "I killed him. That is, I mean, I kissed him. That is the girl, in this tale did long ago. He didn't deserve that, but he was drunk beyond lewd. I shoved him off, and his head cracked a post. To die, Yug, at the hands of an under-girl," the prince cried as he gasped his last breath. "I was meant for great things, you are cursed now, you, girl, and my mother will hunt you to death." Boys. Always the same. When things go wrong, they go crying to mom. And this one would never have made a good king, carrying on like he did with his thing. At this Stormy paused, for the whole place was in uproar, as if the tavern walls themselves were rolling with mirth. She looked at the fool, who smiled reassuringly, indicating in the secret language of performers that she dazzle them some more, and for all she was worth. "Well, Katie. That's the girl," resolved to outrun them, stead of waiting for death to call her. She fled fast on her donkey to the Black Cat Mountains, from whence none have ever returned. And then something must have half-clicked in the brain of the lead soldier, who stood in front of his comrades in the crowd, barely 6 feet from Stormy herself. The similarity between the story being told and his task at hand must have suddenly dawned. He banged his staff on the wooden floor and announced, "We search for a girl who murdered a prince, it is said. And we have orders to prehend her, and any who help her. So, well, if any of you folks knows anything then, you best be telling us, sharpish like." Stormy held her breath. The head soldier looked at her directly and asked, "You ever done a gig at her castle, miss?" "Over the mountains away. How old is this girl and what does she look like? Said the fool, stepping into the questions. She's a princess from the mountains, all of 13, but what she looks like we don't have much sense. She ain't been in here, if she's only 13, said the tavern mice to the head soldier. We can let them in, it's county code you see. Thus befuddling a man who liked orders. Keep your peepers peeled, spake the soldier. She's blonde with blue eyes, quipped the fool. I don't know, well I've heard. That's the rumor, the soldiers nodded with all in the room. Asked the fool in his stride, whence she came. What's her name? And how would we know her complexion? Princess Alex Ann something some Wilson. Said the soldier, tackling his brains. The rose of the fair-skinned Moranian folk. You construe well this young Flibberty maiden. I met her once on her birthday. I was master of jokes but am shocked by her crime of passion. These things happen, even to royals, nay, said the soldier, shaking his brain cells. But much better informed we go on our way. So thanks and the one God bless why all. The fool smiled at Stormy and she looked back. Her brown hair, now down to her shoulders where it had shaken free from its plaits, framed her brown eyes, light brown skin, and lips that cracked in a cheeky curve. It was a strange thing, but the fool, who knew next to nothing about helping someone deal with shock or guilt or grief or anything like that, had managed to bring Stormy out of her seemingly impenetrable funk. There, in the glow of the tavern, the fool had somehow got her feeling something like herself. Stormy was exhausted beyond exhaustion, light-headed from the ale, and not a little exhilarated from the evening's events. A half-eaten sandwich, some hot goat milk and honey later, the tavern mice led Stormy upstairs to bed. In the dim corridor, dark thoughts tried to woo Stormy. But she was able to hold them at bay long enough to get into bed, and collapse into a deep, deep sleep. Chapter 10. Dream, dream, dream. Deep sleep only lasts so long. The brain, anxious to do its cleaning chores, or worse still, skiving off while its owner is sleeping, has ideas of its own. And thus when the deep sleep became, well, less deep, Stormy entered another world. Strange to say, though, it was the real world, too. It was dark. She was in the cave. She thought that she must have already found the sunshine and pacified the black cat. She did not actually remember doing this, but was blinded to this fact by an eager expectation of seeing her father any minute. There he was. He had his back to her. Her father's body turned, but instead of the warm smile of Walter Bald's comforting face, was the anguished look of Mercurio as his head hit the bedpost. Stormy screamed out loud in the dream. The fool, who was only half asleep on the other bed, opened his eyes and looked over at the sleeping, dream-possessed princess. His gaze was empathetic, for he knew tragedy and death well. He also knew that even in sleep, escape from troubled thoughts was often only passing. He knew that dream shapes seemed to particularly enjoy feeding on the tormented. Whether they meant to help or hinder, the fool had never been able to say. In the dreamscape, Stormy screwed her eyes ever more tightly shut. She dared not open them, but then in dreamtime, the brain could not care less for the convention of seeing only with open eyes. The specters merely wriggled their way under her eyelids and began their dance anew. Maybe you've had dreams like this. Stormy was being chased, uphill. She had run up hills, but not like this. She couldn't see what was pounding up the mountain trail behind her, but she could hear the clatter of hooves and the fierce breathing of animals long extinct. Then the tree line, and the lushness and the smells of the forest suddenly gave way. The grade lessened, and the sky opened up on a plateau of long golden grass so tall, Stormy could barely see above it. The beasts on her trail forgotten, she now contemplated a new fear, that she was easy prey for the huge black raptor circling above. A narrow gorge opened in front of Stormy and she stumbled to a halt, all but falling over. And there she beheld a gaggle of monkeys, involved in what looked like some well-practiced dance routine. Hearing her, the monkeys stopped what they were doing, all eyes at once turning towards the stricken girl. As if at some secret signal, the monkeys, 7 of them in all, stood on their hind legs and bowed, doffing non-existent caps. Looking at Stormy intently, one over to the left said, "At last! The woe-begotten princess!" At which he and the other 6 burst into raucous laughter, fell over and rolled in the cleared grass stubble, guffackling incessantly. "What's the big joke?" she said, but the monkeys kept laughing. Looking at their twisted but unthreatening faces, something clicked in Stormy's brain. She knew. She did not know how she knew, but she knew that these were the giggle monkeys. Dream logic told her it was of great significance that she'd stumbled upon them. She woke up in the dark, in a bed in the Grackle Tavern, breathing heavily and thinking desperately that she needed to get back to the dream. But, alas, deep sleep proved to be master this night, pulling Stormy back into dreamless proper rest. Chapter 11. The Witch in the Ditch. Stormy and the Fool climbed back into their saddles sometime in the mid-morning. They were not as replenished and refreshed as outlaws on the run should have been. The Fool was worse for wear for having stayed up drinking. Stormy also had a mild headache from the beer, and even worse, waves of gut-wrenching stomach pains like she was missing home, missing her father, even missing Gwyn Merrilda. The Fool led them onwards and north out of town, to a break in the forest where yet another mountain trail began to the west. "So where are we headed now?" asked Stormy. "Why, the Black Cat Mountains, of course," said the Fool. "You are joking. It's too early for Joey Ogirkes," Stormy's voice trailed off. The Fool shook his head. "But no one comes back from the Black Cat Mountains," Stormy said. The Fool replied, "Only if I'm a no one. Only if you believe the night tales. I've been back and forth, a dozen times since I was a kid, I guess. But how? Because I know the way. And the Black Cat of legend. Never seen it." "Oh," said Stormy. She didn't mention that she had seen it. Even if it was only in a dream, Stormy knew it was really real. "How long will it take to get there?" "Could be a day or 2, depending on who we meet along the way." "That sounds ominous." "It probably won't be." They rode on in silence for some time, and Stormy's thoughts began to wander. She tried not to think about what had happened at Bald Mountain Castle, but then Bald Mountain had been her home for 13 summers. It was her whole life. Her stomach groaned again. The few times she had left Mora-Inia on family trips, they had generally headed south, occasionally to Rockport and the ocean, to visit her Uncle Jude and her sort of cousins. Sometimes she went on business trips with her father to meet with the kings and queens of southern kingdoms. She had never really been any distance north, where they were headed now. The north beyond Mora-Inia was mainly mountainous, with occasional small and isolated communities. To the north of that was the legendary ice wall itself, a frozen wasteland going on forever to the top of the world, for all anybody knew. She shivered when she thought of it. And who wouldn't? A good passage of the sun later, the Fool announced, "Stream crossing up ahead. We should stop and rest, and eat." By the edge of a burbling creek, still flush with snow melt, the Fool delved into his saddlebag. He passed Stormy a crust of not too stale bread and some goat cheese in wax paper. "Were we?" said Stormy, her mouth too full to form the words. "Come again," said the Fool. "I mean, why are we going this way, and where are we headed? Are we just going to keep going forever? What's the plan?" I was wondering when you were going to ask that." "There is a plan. Isn't there?" "Well, sort of," said the Fool as he rummaged once more in the saddlebag. "What do you mean, sort of?" "We're headed towards the ice sheet, where people die. We're running away, but where to? What's going to happen?" "That last I can't answer. But I can tell you why we are headed this way." "Well, why?" "We are looking for the Black Bird." "What?" Stormy said, startled. But before she could say anything else, a loud cracking voice stopped them in their tracks. "Well, pluck my bogger words at Chrysimas," the voice exclaimed, "if it isn't Dick Emmy Fool." The blackbird told me you was coming, but I didn't half believe him. Stormy and the fool both turned in the direction of the voice, toward a small rise in the woods, a little upstream from where they sat. The fool smiled. Stormy looked at him, perplexed, then back to where the voice had come from. There was a sound of cracking twigs underfoot. First one head, and then a second appeared over the rise as two women came towards them. The older one whispered something to the younger as they approached, then stopped suddenly, the younger girl bumping into her. The crone stooped, stared through scrunched-up eyes, and let out a loudish cackle. The fool laughed. Do you all know each other?" asked Stormy, stunned. "Well, we did. And more than once if I remember," rasped the old woman, setting off another cackle. "Right good fun it was, too." The fool, still grinning widely, bowed with a flourish. "Let me introduce you to the witch in the ditch." "A real witch," said Stormy excitedly. She had always wanted to see one. "You see a ditch, don't you?" scowled the old woman. "Well, my little jumpkin. Then that's where you will find the witch in the ditch." She spread her arms, as if indicating she owned everything around. Stormy did not see a ditch, but didn't think the woman would take kindly to her pointing this out. "Haven't met my daughter, have you? Glamour, say hello to the fool." The much younger woman stepped forward. The fool approached to shake the hand she offered, but he suddenly hesitated, looking at the witch. "She isn't. No, you old birch barker. She ain't that old, are you, Glam?" The girl, a few summers older than Stormy, smiled and shook the fool's outstretched hand for him. "Izimas, it really has been a long time, fool." "And you are," said the crone to Stormy. I am the fool's apprentice," said Stormy, not sure that they should trust anyone. "Well, tell us a jeckler then, fool's apprentice." Stormy looked at the fool. The fool nodded. "I know one." "Which followed who? The chicken or the egg?" "I dunno," offered the witch, "to get to the other side." "No. The witch came first, and who cares about the chicken or the egg after that?" Glamour burst out laughing. The fool allowed himself a wry smile, while the witch in the ditch looked perplexed. Then she let off another skreek as if she had gotten the joke and accepted the compliment. "Whatever, fool's apprentice. I expect you and old Sagak here will be wanting some tea? Unhitch your donks and follow me." The witch fell in with the fool, and led them over the slight rise. Stormy winced from the pain in her stomach. Glamour offered her a hand. "You all right? Just a cute ache. You have done well, sick and all," said the raven-haired Latin in an admiring voice. Stormy looked puzzled. "I mean getting so far away from Mora Inia without being caught." "How did you know?" Stormy stopped, not wanting to give herself away any more. "It's okay. We're friends." Glamour smiled. "I met you when you was a baby, down in Mora Inia. You won't remember that. But me ma knew who you was soon as we set eyes on you." "Yes, but I meant more the bit about us not being caught." "Oh, my mother. She sees things." "Which powers?" asked Stormy, excited. "Nah. She has a bad habit of intercepting message birds and reading all about other people's business. She saw the note your mother sent to King Walter Bald." "What?" "Not to worry. She petted it, fed it, and sent it on its way again. More likely to get to where it's going really. But me ma has always been a nosy boggler. It serves her well. It helps her do her witch stuff." They came to a clearing, and there was an old cabin set back towards the trees. All along the front was a most impractically placed ditch. A rickety wooden gangplank led the way across to the front door. Inside the cabin it was dark. Glamour busied herself lighting the curl lamps, and the yellow glow welcomed the travelers in. Stormy hovered. Sit down," beckoned the young woman, but Stormy felt her gaze drawn to the back wall, where a series of oil paintings hung. The 4 paintings, mostly dark, especially in the half-light, depicted various creatures. Familiar yet not familiar, like in her own dreams, but not quite the same as her own dreams, the black cat, at the mouth of a cave, older and wiser looking, with a glint in its eye. A huge black bird with penetrating red eyes. And then a gaggle of ape-like creatures stood around a fire engaged in some ritual. The last painting was different. It showed a huge silver-streaked creature. It could have been a bird or a giant cirrus, or something else altogether. The creature was wedged between a cleft in the mountains, suggesting it was huge beyond measure. It looked flopped down stuck, but with satisfied eyes, as if it were panting for breath at the end of a long journey. Via its lolling red tongue descended adults and children, seemingly being delivered to the earth. Stormy looked at Glamour asking the question with her eyes. "The moth shark," affirmed the older girl. Stormy pointed at them excitedly. "Have you seen these monsters? My forebears knew them. Something of my ancestors is in me, so I see them in my mind eye. Then I paint them. I see them too. Maybe the night tales from when you were young work their magic in your mind. Then they're real. Of course they're real. Only silly people think the old stories aren't true." Stormy studied the pictures. "The fool says we are looking for the blackbird," she said slowly. "If the blackbird wants to see you, then I am sure you will see him. My mother exchanges stories with him. She tells me the stories, and I see him in my dreams. He talks to her. Either that or my mother drank too much mushroom tea." The two girls giggled together, and then a look of pain crossed Stormy's face. "Oh," Glamour said with a knowing intake of breath. "I see what's wrong. Come on. We'll fix you up." Confused, Stormy followed her to the kitchen, the pain still gripping her gut. Glamour looked back at her reassuringly. "It's the best time, you know, the time between one thing and another, the best time to get your fortune told." "What time? What other?" But Glamour didn't answer, just led her to a flop seat by the wood stove, where the witch and the fool teased each other over a boiling kettle. "What will it be?" the witch asked. "Ooh, I could murder a good cup of tea," said the fool. The witch laughed uproariously. "Same old fool," she said fondly. "Tea it is all round. And then I will read the fortune of Madam Princess Prentice here." Stormy looked ill at ease. The witch in the ditch busied herself making tea, and Glamour handed Stormy a cup. Stormy blew on the tea and skimmed off a few drops with an intake of breath. The tea tasted bitter. Glamour smiled and whispered, "It'll help with your cramps." Stormy took another gulp and felt her insides warm. She felt safe. And the witch looked different now. She looked friendly. Kind. "Now, princess. You come sit beside me. Shift your bony ass, fool. Make way for the princess." Stormy hesitated. Glamour smiled at her reassuringly. "Leave some leaves in the bottom of your cup, princess." The witch took hold of Stormy's free hand and turned her palm earthwards, uncurling her fingers flat. Her touch was bony and scaly and felt very old, but was surprisingly warm. "Long life," mused the witch. Letting go of Stormy's hand and taking the cup from her other hand, the witch commanded silence without any outward sign of communication. She took the cup in both of her hands and looked into it, like it was a deep well, adjusting her eyes to the darkness to be able to see the bottom. "Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo-hoo." The witch smiled, but this time it was not what you would call a comforting smile. "Ooh! Ha ha ha! What? What is it?" Stormy was saying inside her own head, but not daring to interrupt. The witch looked for what seemed like long moments, but was probably a series of short moments. She grimaced and grunted, and Stormy felt herself tense even more, beads of sweat breaking her scalp. Stormy looked at the fool who cracked a half smile. She looked to Glamour again for reassurance. After a seeming eternity, the witch looked up and let out another raucous laugh. Stormy couldn't help it. She said, "What? What is it?" 3 dead princes, spat the witch. I see 3 dead princes. At which the princess looked at her, appalled. The room spun. Had there been something in the tea? Stormy closed her eyes, swaying to keep her balance, and opened them again to see Glamour and the fool looking at her with concern. The witch eyed her narrowly. Ah, the witch said. I see what it is. The moon blood time. Better get her to bed, Glamour. What? Stormy said, startled and dizzy. Blood? What blood? She fell heavily into the chair and felt something wet between her legs. When she looked down, there was a stain of dark red spreading on the edge of her poncho. And then she didn't know any more, because she fainted dead away. Chapter 12. Girl Talk. When Stormy awoke she was in a warm bed. She felt a coarse towel under her butt, but the rest of the sheets were soft. Opening her eyes she saw Glamour come into focus, smiling, and felt the warmth of the Latine's hand on her own forehead. What happened to me? You are having your first moon blood. I'm blood cursed, sobbed Stormy, not listening. The witch said I would kill 2 more princes. I don't want to kill anyone. SSSHH, Glamour said, dabbing at her head with a damp cloth that smelled of lavender. First things first. You are only cursed in so far as all women are cursed. You're bleeding. It means that your body is changing from a girl into woman. Didn't your mother tell you? At this Stormy was silent for a moment. Then, finally, she said, Am I dying? Glamour laughed, but not unkindly. No. Unless, well, I guess you are, in a way. At least, the child in you is dying. And the adult is being born. The blood's a sign of it. Stormy looked mortified. It's a good sign. All women have it. It means you're healthy. Some moons it's not so bad. Most girls I know are in tune with the full moon. It's your body cleansing itself, so you'll have a fresh egg inside you, when it is time. And if you fall in love with a handsome prin. The words died on Glamour's lips. Stormy howled and smothered herself into the pillow, but the soft down could not prevent her being tortured anew by the mental picture of the dead, decaying, and most decidedly not handsome Mercurio. Glamour stood. I'll bring you something. Don't worry, I won't be long. And Glamour left the room knowing she needed the witch's help. Back in the sitting room, the fool was speaking in serious tones. Do you think you can summon him by tomorrow? Maybe, said the witch. He don't usually pay me any heed, but we are looking dark times in the teeth. He knows which side his tuckabird is basted. And he's been looking for you hisself. He wants to meet the girl. The fool was about to respond, when Glamour ducked under the drape leading from the back of the cabin. What is it, missy? Said the witch to her daughter. You shouldn't have told her fortune. You know me. Whatever is pressing in my brain has to have wings. Yes, but you've upset her something fierce. It'll work out for the best. Now, you be needing a stronger potion by the look on your mug. The witch shuffled over to the wall and drew back a curtain, revealing an old apothecary, crafted from yellow wood and fashioned into row upon row of tiny fist-sized drawer fronts. Witch girl. Help your old mother out. Top row. Third from the morning sun. Glamour grabbed the stool and scaled the apothecary. From above her head she fished out a leather pouch and tossed it towards the table. On a reflex, the fool plucked it out of the air, raised it to his nostrils and, nodding his head approvingly, handed it to the witch. It's very mild, said Glamour, handing Stormy the pipe. Will it put me to sleep? Stormy asked hopefully, and then frowning, will it make me have bad dreams? No, no. None of that. It'll just relax you. And then we can talk without all freaking out on each other. Just do as I did. Stormy brought the pipe to her mouth and inhaled deeply, which sent her into a coughing fit. Easy, girl, laughed Glamour. Pass it back to me. And watch me closely this time. Inhale gently. Let the vapors wash over you. Stormy tried again with less coughing. Air, shufty up a bit. Stormy wriggled on her back sideways and Glamour lay down alongside her on the bed. Now just lie down, close your eyes and relax. Think warm thoughts. You are lying in a boat, floating down a river with a wide gentle current on a summer afternoon. The two girls were silent, apart from the rise and fall of their shallow breathing. They lay there for some measureless amount of time. Stormy felt a smile spread across her face, and made a whimper trying to stifle it. It was no use. The giggle erupted mostly from her nostrils and the bed shook. What? And Stormy broke into a full laugh. A whole array of muscles across her face danced a dance of joy, for being allowed to do again what they did best. Leaves, she said. We floated under a tree and the leaves from a drooping branch tickled my nose. Glamour guffawed. What are you talking about, girl? I was being massaged by the river spirit. He was just about to move from my shoulders to my neck when you interrupted. Stormy laughed even louder. River spirit? You've never seen a river spirit. Have to. In your dreams, said the princess, now not fearing dreams at all. Yes. In my dreams. What's he like? He's strong and handsome. And he has a cute goat beard. Not like the shaggy mess all the boys are wearing these days. Stormy was silent at this, thinking thoughts that surprised even her. She was even more surprised when she heard herself say, "You ever been with a boy?" Glamour almost seemed to be expecting the question. Yes, she said calmly. And more than once, too. What's it like? Stormy said, raising herself up onto an elbow so she could see Glamour's face. Well, at first I didn't like it. But that's because I didn't like the boy. Though I didn't know that at the time. I thought I loved him. Yug, spat Stormy, shaking at the memory of looking longingly at Mercurio when they were banqueting at Bald Mountain. Then I met this other boy and I didn't really fancy him, but we got drunk and started fooling around. And he was the sweetest, most loving boy you could hope to meet. And it felt good. Really good. Glamour reached for the herb pipe, lost for a moment in her own sweeter memories. Stormy had a warm flash, thinking of when she had kissed River, the traveling player. Then she thought of Fred and winced. So what happened? Well, Glamour shrugged sadly. I didn't fancy him. I mean in the morning when I woke up. Oh, said Stormy, now thoroughly confused. I once slept with a girl too. Same thing. I went with the flow and it was okay, but not I dunno. It just wasn't me. But she was heartbroken. Poor thing. I don't think I will ever fancy anyone again, Stormy said. After what happened to me. Glamour passed her the smoke. You will, girl. There's no magic way to find out. I mean find out who you are. It happens or it doesn't. You try things along the way, 'cause it's part of seeing whether you really like someone or not. It can feel really weird, or great, or all mixed up at the same time. It's not easy to know if it's right or wrong. It's just part of finding out who you are. It sounds painful to me, said Stormy. The girls were silent for a moment. You learned the first rule though, said Glamour. What's that? Well, if someone forces themselves on you, it's always wrong. No matter who it is. Mind you. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to kill a fella, even if he were a bastard gropeler. The girls looked into each other's eyes, uncertain of where the words had led them, when a gentle cramp in Stormy's stomach burst softly, combusting into a laugh, and the girls fell on the bed together, howling helplessly. Which is how those moments go, sometimes. And a good thing, too. A little later, when the seriousness that had been scattered to the four winds was beginning to recombine, Stormy asked cautiously, was that a prophecy? I mean, what your mother said. It might be nothing. She didn't say you killed the princes. That's what she meant though. Wasn't it? She said you had a long lifeline, so maybe all it means is that some of the princes you meet in the summers and summers to come will die before you do. I mean, you know what princes are like. Even the good ones. Always tempting fate, trying to beat their fathers and impress the girls. Must be something in their blood. Stormy thought of her father, who was Wong God knows where. He was no longer a prince, but she feared for him all the same. Chapter 13. Sortofington. Stormy never got up from the bed to go pee or anything. She drifted off to sleep after Glamour had gently undressed her, changed her blood sheet, and tucked her into bed. She kissed Stormy on the forehead, but even a kiss from a true friend can offer only so much protection. It was not until the dead of night, when Stormy really did need to pee, that she woke. It felt strange, to be in another new house. It was even stranger to feel the weight of forces that had ripped her world apart. It was only 3 nights ago that her father had tucked her up in her own bed. Now her home seemed like it was a gazillion miles away, and her old life lost on a distant planet. She shivered as she got back into bed, pulled the sheet close around her, and slowly sort of drifted off. The dreamland of Sortofington was not where she wanted to be. But Sortofington was where her troubled mind looked for answers. We have all been there. The giggle monkeys were there, laughing. Always laughing. Singing and laughing all at the same time. Princess, princess. I bet you won't remember this. Take a good long look. For goodness sake. Princess, princess. I bet you won't remember this. Wish upon the sun. When you wake. Princess, princess. I bet you won't. Okay, okay. I get the picture, stormed Stormy in her dream. The giggle monkeys looked at her dumbfounded, then slowly resumed chattering among themselves. The monkey with a grey streak of hair running back from his forehead in a mohawk stepped forward. I am Gimini Giggle. You are the honorary Princess Giggle. And we are giving you the tools to do the job. Tools? What tools? What job? I don't see any tools. Well, said Gimini Giggle, that depends on what happens next. So what does happen next? We won't know until it happens, you see. So how can you give me the right tools, pleaded Stormy, exasperated. We can't be sure, said Gimini. But what we have given you should stand you in good stead when the time comes. But you haven't given me anything. We have to. We gave her the tools, didn't we lads? Gimini appealed to his comrades. Now the giggle monkeys muttered among themselves again. Well, if she can't remember it in a dream, then my bet is as good as won, said Garama Giggle. Don't count your grackle chicks, said Gimini Giggle. I think she has hidden depths, said Gondermi Giggle. Time she met the bird, said Garama. You may think all this talk and pictures of strange creatures was only legend. Or maybe it is mere pretend supposed to scare children at night. It's easy to forget that the night stories we tell our children are simply less scary versions of the tales adults tell each other. It's easy to forget that our ancestors fought monsters. And some lived to tell the tale. Admittedly, the strangest creature we have actually seen thus far in Stormy's waking world is a donkey. But that is about to change. For there in the distance, in the alive world, just below the dawn horizon, where the ice sheet stretches out forever, there comes a black speck. Impossible to tell at this distance what it is, but the very fact we can see it at all means it is bigger than anything we have previously known. Back in the dream, the giggle monkeys still talked among themselves. Time she met the bird, the whole said as one. That's you, Miss Princess, chimed Gondermi. Now don't forget. Which bird? Forget what? Mouthed Stormy, as she slid from Sortofington into a deeper untroubled sleep. Chapter 14. The Black Bird. What's that? Said the fool, rubbing his eyes and pulling himself up on the couch bed. I said, it really is time she met the bird, said an exasperated witch in the ditch. I just coaxed a message bird down, see? Comes from Bald Mountain, but it tells news from King Jude in Rockport. What news? Said the fool, shaking himself awake. The Oasarians. They have an army of boats up the north coast sailing beyond Rockport. They will soon be sailing up the mouth of the Lumpiana, he says. Powered by slaves, he says. Once they reach River Bald Falls they. Boats. Boats. What boats? Gasped the fool. They're like floating cities, says Jude. 500 fighting men on each of 'em. Queer creatures makes up many of their number. He says there's 10 ships. No one's ever dreamed it. Gwyn Merrildaw says, it's all addressed to Walter Bald of course. She says he has to get his ass back there as fast as he can fart. The fool was wide awake now. Glamour came into the room, rubbing her eyes. What's all the ruckus? It's barely past sun up. Myrnacy in Morinia, howled her mother. Go wake the girl. Stormy was asleep, but not for long. You mean the Oasarians are about to invade Morinia? But how? Why, clamored Stormy, clutching her mug of tea. It's all my fault isn't it, she burst out. For killing that stupid prince. And I didn't mean to, she wailed. But then she stopped. The thought came to her, it was his fault. I might not like it but I can't undo what I've done. From which it will be seen that Stormy was indeed changing. Well, there be another prince or two on them warships, no doubt, quipped the witch. Mother. Glamour said, looking at Stormy. She sat beside the princess, put a comforting arm around her, and gave the witch a disparaging look. No, it's okay, thanks, Stormy said grimly to her friend. But she squeezed her hand as she said it. The fool stood up and began pacing. This has nothing to do with you, other than the fact that you are Moranian. The why is simple. Since as long as we can remember, Oasarian rulers have eyed Morania's metal reserves jealously. Ha, interrupted the witch. They be jealous, is why. Never met an Oasarian who could stand to see someone else having a good time. That Mercurio was bad enough. But the mother too, his brothers, Toramus and Bragardio, are war wolves to be sure. Her eyes narrowed. Nukander and Mercurio, and the courtship deal was a ploy, spat the fool. It was all a diversion, while the war fleet sailed north. He laughed, but there was a proud look in his eye. Didn't know they'd get you, though, did they, Alexandra Stormy Bald Wilson? Stormy frowned. We have to find my dad. I sent out word already, squawked the witch. As if on cue, a bird flew into the half-open front door, clattering across the floor in a scuff of feathers. It was a humble message bird, smaller than a hen. The poor thing looked exhausted. The witch scuttled over to relieve the bird of its burden, lifting it onto the counter where a bowl of water waited. After the bird had gulped bird-sized gulps, the witch untied the note wrapped around its leg, and unrolling it, read aloud. Keep your hair on, comrades. Eat a good breakfast. That is very important. I will be with you before it has settled. It's signed M, cooed the witch. Holy joke, announced the fool. Has the bird ever come down the mountain to visit upon anyone? Stormy looked perplexed. I mean one has to go and find the bird. He doesn't come to you, explained the fool. Is he on his way, Ma? Said Glamour with strange excitement. Really? Truly? I never knowed it before, but that's what he says, said the witch. To Stormy's surprise, Glamour blushed. But she avoided her friend's eye, and bustled about making breakfast. The next moments were filled with breakfast and speculation. Time passed slowly. But in the time it takes to cook up some eggs, eat them, and have a second cup of tea in the time it would have taken that cup of tea to cool were it not drunk still hot, a shadow crossed the eastern window. All in the room heard the beating of giant wings outside. You'd better come out, said a voice in a deep bass growl. I wouldn't take kindly to ruffling my feathers on your hovel posts. Stormy, who was nearest the door, led the four of them into the warming mountain sunlight, and there, preening his enormously long feathers, stood the black bird. Fool! Witch, and you must be Stormy? My, you have grown! And you are? Glamour, sir, said the witch's daughter, blushing again. To her surprise, and even with other things to think about, Stormy suddenly saw that her friend had a crush on the giant bird. And why wouldn't she? Standing some 12 or more feet tall, the black bird looked part grackle, part raven, part raptor, and part handsome devil. Unusually, however, this bird had teeth, which made its giant beak very severe looking. On each foot, his dangerously sharp talons were made up of 3 forward-facing claws, and a 4th opposable thumb claw. Each claw was the girth of a man's thigh. And just when it seemed the bird could impose his presence no more, he flared his feather pants. Hunching his shoulders back so the wingtips crossed behind him, he looked all the more regal. The bird was indeed black. Black feathers, black beak, black legs, black mouth lining as he opened his beak wide, yawning. But his eyes were different. The milky whitish nictating membrane that protected them masked a brilliant fiery red ring around black pupils. Then the strangest thing happened. The bird blinked, and his third eyelid rolled back, revealing those red eyes. With a birdish shake of the head, the vivid red faded, revealing a more natural-looking brown, with unusually bright eye whites. Shocking as this sudden transformation was, it gave the bird an altogether mellower and more approachable appearance. It was, in truth, a most staggeringly noble-looking bird. Just shaking the flight sight, he said to no one in particular. As if flexing that brain inside its massive head, the blackbird shook his crown and bowed toward Stormy. He said, you have a look of your mother. Stormy bowed back. You, who you? You know me, she stammered. Ah yes. But first you should know me. I am, in no particular order, the blackbird, blackbeak, red eyes, wolfbird, known to my friends as M.R., or M for short. Scientifically as well, my kind defies the usual classifications, so most people call me the grickle-grack. The grackle part is scientifically a misnomer, but it stuck. I was a good friend of your mother, and through her I became friends with your father. You won't remember, but I met you when you were 2 winters old. Stormy didn't remember, and even if she had, the idea that this monster, majestic as he was, had been friends with her mother was more stunning. You knew my mother, said Stormy dreamily. And then, like it was pushing off from the bottom of a deep pool, a more urgent thought broke the surface, bursting for breath. Do you know where my dad is? Yes and yes. Yes, your mother was the bravest young woman I have ever known, and I hope for no less from her daughter. At this, the blackbird looked sternly at Stormy, who immediately straightened her back. He gave her a look of qualified approval. And yes, I know where your father is. I've come to take you to him. Oh, the fool whistled. But the blackbird turned a quelling eye his way, and he was still. First, the bird went on. But what about my dad? Bawled Stormy, stepping forward. Stormy. Before bravery comes wisdom. And before both comes patience. Stormy took a breath, stepped back, and the bird nodded his approval again. I have brought something of the greatest importance, the bird explained, to leave here in safety until we can return for it in happier times. After it is safely bestowed, then we'll go to your father. At this, Stormy, the witch, and Glamour looked perplexed. The bird plainly was not carrying anything with him. Stormy found herself moving sideways and looking around behind him, but still nothing. And as she did so, the huge bird squatted slightly, as if he were about to do his business. The feathers around his eyes and face formed the faintest of grimaces, as if showing the business in progress. It was a mark of his great strength of personality that all of this looked quite natural, and not funny at all, as it might have looked if you or I tried it. My undercarriage, said the bird, answering an unasked question. A moment later, emerging from below his proboscis nose came a sphere, which became an ovaloid, which became an egg as it fell onto the dirt. The bird shuffled gracefully around, scraping a shallow hole in the dirt with one talon. The grickle-grack stood the egg upright with a deft movement of his other talon. The egg was about 3 feet tall and looked like a grey-blue rock. Old and pock-marked as it was, at some time it evidently had an overall sheen, a few traces of which remained. "Aik!" the witch hissed. "What is it?" chorused Glamour and the Fool. "The egg of Geddon," cried the witch. "It spells doom." "Mother! Don't be so melodramatic. It is in the prophecy." "Which prophecy?" "If you could keep track of all the prophecies you have made, been party to, or read about, we wouldn't be able to turn over a stone without fear of unleashing every volcanemon that ever spouted fire into the air. Honestly. The egg of Geddon was in your father's leaves," said the witch, turning a staring eye upon Stormy. "'Tis said the creature who will be hatched is all-knowing, all-seeing, and wiser than the ancient ones. 'Tis said the creature within will eat the world." Glamour looked a little more interested now, while Stormy was beginning to see the witch as a serial harbinger of doom and gloom, in a world that could not possibly get much worse. With all attention on the egg, the grickle-grack resumed its crouch and, from a secret hiding place, brought out a plain wooden box, which clattered on the ground. The bird drummed his left talon rhythmically on the box while he waited for the bickering to peter out. "I have a double harness in here," he said, still drumming on the box. "It won't be comfortable, but it will do the job." At this, the Fool groaned. "I knew it," he muttered. "My fear of heights won't stand this." The bird ignored him. "I leave the egg here, witch, in your good hands." "No. No. No," wailed the witch. "Walter Bald found this egg moons ago and he gave it to me, to see if I could crack its mystery." The Fool groaned again. No pun intended. The bird gave a slow smile, and Glamour clapped her hands. Gazing at him, she gave a deep sigh. "But, why are we even bothering with this egg, if it even is an egg?" interjected Stormy. "Aren't we losing precious time? What about my dad?" "Indeed," cawed the grickle-grack. "But patience again, princess. All this concerns your father. Speaking, like your father, as a scientist," he went on, looking directly with his nearest eye into Stormy's own, "this egg is made of a substance we have never encountered. It is hard, yet relatively lightweight. Your father and I tried to hatch it. I sat on it for a whole month last winter." "Yeah, but what would you know about hatching eggs?" the Fool objected. "We do have birds up north on the great ice wall where the male protects and hatches the egg." "Oh," said the Fool, nonplussed. "Then I dropped it from 5 feet high, 10 feet, 20 feet, and so on. There are little dings you will see. The only sign of a crack is the horizontal line running around the top. That was there when Walter Bald found it. You see my claw marks where I tried to pry it open." "Nothing." Stormy went over to the egg and put her hands upon it. It wasn't cold but it wasn't warm either. She crouched down beside it and put her ear against it. "Nothing," she said. "No matter," said the great bird. And at this, he drew himself up to his fullest and most impressive height, causing Glamour to give a little squeal in spite of herself. "I am the guardian of the egg. I carried it here, but there is dangerous work ahead. Under the circumstances it is proper that I assure the egg's safekeeping by leaving it with another member of the order." He gave the witch a gimlet-eyed look. "But I'm not in the order," howled the witch. "Kneel," commanded the bird in the kind of tone that assured obedience. Rolling her eyes, the witch somewhat creakily obeyed. "He's not going to smash that egg on her head, is he?" "He'll break her skull," muttered the Fool. "Glamour," crooned the bird. "Sir," said Glamour, completely entranced. "Call me M." "M," she hummed dreamily. Glamour. Be a flame and bring me an egg. Glamour disappeared back into the cabin. Probably just a foul-smelling rotten egg, said the fool to the witch, nodding at the large egg. The witch looked up at him, thoroughly uncomfortable. Can I get up yet? She hacked. Be patient, said the bird. Ah, Glamour. Would you do the honors? With pleasure, Glamour replied, reappearing with a brown hen's egg. Witch, spoke the bird, I hereby appoint you into the order, the first woman. Second, said Stormy. Second? Oh, of course, said the bird, gracefully acknowledging his error. I hereby appoint you, witch in the ditch, into the order of the accidental adventurers. At which point Glamour cracked the hen's egg on her mother's crown. The witch in the ditch howled as if she were mortally wounded, but she was cut short by the great bird. As I stand here, I swear by the order. I swear by all who stand here upon this egg. He lay a talon upon the egg. I swear that we shall return to you, witch and Glamour, with Walter Bald, his daughter, and my friend the fool. And together we shall crack the mystery of the egg. But my father? Can we go to my father now? Can we? Yes, said the bird gravely. I need help with the harness. I'll do it. Glamour said, tripping over the wooden box that held it in her hurry to get to the bird. And then we'll fly, the bird said. You and me and... No, groaned the fool. He was airsick already. And the fool. I was afraid you would say that. Stormy gazed at the bird, as Glamour cooed and fitted the harness in place on his broad, feathered back. The princess's breath caught in her throat. Was it true? Could she really fly? But to fly, that was something the Wong god had forbidden the people of the world. It was in the book of life. To fly was the work of the divanimals. The bird gave her a slow, almost lazy, look, as if he could read her mind. And then it must have been in answer one of his eyes gave a long, luxurious wink. Stormy knew it was true. She didn't care what the proverbs said. She would fly. And she would find her father when she did. Chapter 15. The divanimals' work. Even in a sort of fairy tale world, it defied belief that a bird of such size could ever get off the ground. More perplexing still, how could the bird not only talk, but also clearly think as humans did? Maybe, even better than most humans did. You may also be wondering, whether 'tis true that the grickle-grack can out-grackle a whole swarm of its distant blackbird relatives, corvus, quiscalus, or otherwise. Without yet having heard his war-caw, we cannot say. But all these things suddenly seemed less impossible when you were a few thousand feet up in the air. For Stormy and the fool were strapped in tight, side by side, to the bird's back. Within the strap arrangements they each had what looked like down-filled sleeping bags, to shield them from the cold. You could say the flight was uneventful. That is, compared to the preceding 4 days and nights, nothing much untoward happened. But uneventful as it might have been, to Stormy the views and in-flight entertainment were brain-fryingly exhilarating. Everything about that day would be etched forever in Stormy's memory. Seeing the tear in Glamour's eye through her own tears after kissing her goodbye. Being harnessed in by deer hide straps. Seeing the grickle-grack's eyes turn back to that chilling red. Feeling every bone-shaking footfall as the giant bird moved from standing to a breakneck run. Finally, as the huge black wings began to flap with a powerful rhythmic beating, the momentum that lifted them smoothly into the air, and the altogether new feeling of no longer being earthbound. The world looked different from above. To the east, for Stormy was on the right side of the grickle-grack's back as they headed due north, were the towering Mesilla ice mountains. In school, in books, Stormy had learned that no humans had ever traversed these mountains. Popular wisdom said the mountains stretched thousands of miles to the east, to where the land dropped to a wasteland and fell into the sea. But from a bird's eye view, it was very different. Stormy could make out a distant forest landscape, similar to the one they were now flying directly above. She could see for herself that while the mountains were vast, stretching as far as the eye could see north to south, they were relatively narrow from west to east. There was even a great green valley that took out a big chunk of the mountains on the eastern side. Stormy looked directly down for the merest of moments before her stomach told her to keep looking forward. She saw the lower mountainsides of fir trees by the millions, where each looked like the smallest individual tuft of pine needles on a single branch. "Oh oh oh," said the fool, "I can't look down." Stormy could hear him faintly over the whooshing air. "It's so beautiful. I could cry with joy," shouted back Stormy. "Don't," the fool advised at the top of his lungs. "Your tears will freeze." Then there was a deep gurgling sound, as the bird cleared his throat. With only their heads peeping out of the flight sacks, by pressing their respective ears against the soft feathers of the grickle-grack's neck, Stormy and the fool could hear what he was saying over the rush of the wind. "See the clouds," said the grickle-grack. "We will head that direction." And as the bird banked to the west, the fool let out a shrill, sled-blastering shriek. These sort of fairy tale clouds, sunlit, fluffy, and white against the vast blue sky, were of course no such thing when the bird actually hit them. As they dropped into the clouds, moist wisps became a dense, grey-green mist. Then shafts of light from above stabbed into the fog. And suddenly they were through the white billowy mattress, so beguiling to the eye. And then, there it was. As white as a dream, as beautiful and as forbidding. There at the edge of the mountains, it ran jagged and free all the way west to the sea. North, it went on forever, the great ice wall. "I can't look," the fool wailed. But Stormy, as the blackbird swung first this way, then that in the cold currents of air, stared down, entranced. The great ice wall. She was the first girl ever to see it. It was no story. What other fairy tales had she been told, that were actually as true could be? And Stormy remembered something from a dream. She remembered being upset by the notion that people were alive during the cataclysm. She remembered a large upright, sort of monkey-looking man, explaining it all to her and then laughing. She thought of Glamour's paintings. And then there was something about tools? But there weren't any people before the dark times, thought Stormy as if reciting a school lesson. And how could there have been any talking animals? Animals don't. Then it hit Stormy. She was flying. Something she would have thought utterly impossible as recently as that morning at breakfast. Likewise, she was in the company of a giant talking bird, who was not only sentient but, thus far, showed a very human-like emotional warmth. All of this Princess Stormy had been taught was clearly impossible. But here she was. What else that was impossible was actually, positively, possible? She wanted to ask the grickle-grack if he was alive before or during the dark times. Maybe his forebears were alive, and they were the ones who fell afoul of the Wong god? She yearned to find her father, and to sit with him and ask him question after question. He had always encouraged her curiosity, not like some of the probbers who catechized her at lessons, answering any question sternly with the words, "That is the way it is. That is the way it always has been." Here above the tree line, above the expanse of ice as far as the eye could see, the lessons of her childhood seemed very far away. What new lessons she would learn next, when they found her dad at work. But when they landed, delicately, on a ridge of ice next to the small opening of a cave, her father wasn't there. They found signs of a struggle. Tools strewn here and there. And a patch of bright red blood in the snow. Stormy shrieked, jumped from her place in the harness, and ran to it. "Not human blood," said the fool, tipping himself from his harness. He knew that right away. The grickle-grack stared at the scene impassively. Impossible to read the great bird's thoughts. "The tracks are all wrong," the fool said rapidly, forgetting his air-sickness in his heart-sickness at the scene before him. "Two sets, and another human. They're not bird prints, but whatever they are, they could have only come by air." Emmer looked slowly from side to side. "Aig," he murmured, "we are so far from anywhere. Only something with wings and an extraordinary sense of smell could have found this place." What do you think they were? Said the fool. The only creatures I think it could be, the bird said slowly, are drocabodas. The fool, shivering, took a deep breath. Droka what? Said Stormy, shivering now as well. She was glad of the thick coats that the witch and glamour had insisted they wear. Drocaboda, repeated the fool. The flying lizard. Well, part lizard, part bird. But they're not real. They're just a story. Stormy stopped. She remembered how many stories she had found turned out to be real. Braggardio, muttered the fool, pulling off his three-peaked hat and tearing at his thinning hair in his distraction. It begins to fall into place. What are you talking about? Said Stormy frantically. Where's my dad? But why point a finger at the prince, fool? Quizzed the bird. I spent some moons in Oasaria in summers gone by. It wasn't common knowledge, though such knowledge has a habit of becoming common to me, but in his youth, Prince Braggardio had a certain proclivity for cruelty toward creatures. It would not surprise me if he had found a way of ensluicing the Drocaboda. If it is true, the picture looks grim, said the Grickle-Grack. Agreed the fool. And I'll bet my big toe Braggardio and Prince Torimus will be at the helm of one of the warships making up the Lumpiana River. Well, the knowledge of their rough position will aid us somewhat in our journey to find your father. It is a fair guess they hold him captive on board one of those vessels. I'll kill him. I'll kill both of them, said Stormy, meaning Braggardio and Torimus. Seeing her determined face, the fool was inclined to take her seriously. She showed no hysteria, only calm determination. But how did they even know my dad was up north? She said, intent. She answered her own question. A spy, she said flatly. She remembered Sonia, picking up Waltherbald's message and putting it safely away, in the kitchen at Bald Mountain Castle, that day which seemed so long ago. It was a horrible thought. But Stormy had begun to grow up, and when you grow up, horrible thoughts cannot so easily be pushed away. Get back in the harness, the blackbird said quietly. Wait. Stormy walked a few paces towards something glittering in the snow that the other two had missed. She pulled at the silver thing. The wonder look, said the fool. Bring it, said the bird. We must head south. No time to rest. Except, he smiled, showing his great teeth as Stormy climbed up his feathered side. Except rest your mind. And remember, Stormy, your father is too precious to the Oasarians as a bargaining tool for them to do him any real harm yet. I will tell you more later, for there is much more to tell. I will tell you things about your mother. I know you have been wanting to ask. But now I must rest my tongue and focus my eyes. We will be passing over northern villages forthwith, and I want no one to see us as we go. Once more, Emmer took off into the sky, shooting up from the ice ledge outside the cavern. As he soared upward, Stormy pressed her head against his warm, feathered sides and tried to rest her mind. But all she could think was they were going to war. For there is war even in sort of fairy tales. This would be her first. But not, alas, her last. Chapter 16. The Bells of War. Back at Bald Mountain Castle, things were more frenzied with each new message bird from Rockport. In the last 2 days, as the Oasarian longship army progressed northwards up the western sea, the message birds came from closer and frantically closer to home. After the departure of Nukander and the Oasarians, and more updates from King Jude, Geraldo had put the Moranian defense program on full alert. Based on the reasonable premise that the defense of Mora Inia against outside aggressors was spies and traitors accepted in the interests of all Moranians, it was an organized program of mutual aid. All who could help did. All who were willing, which meant almost everyone, and all who were able, which really meant everyone over the age of 9 to even the oldest grandparents, were being mobilized. It was how Mora Inia pretty much functioned under the normal circumstances of daily living, and this was all the more heightened by the Oasarian threat. Moranians were a peace-loving people. But they didn't like being pushed around. There were jobs for all abilities. Feeding those in front-line positions, cleaning and sharpening weapons, relieving troops and scouts on a shift basis. Most people over the age of 15 had some experience of active patrol service, occasionally repelling spies in the foothills where the Bald River Falls cascaded into the Lumpiana. On rare occasions there had been skirmishes along these front lines. The few older men and women still living, who had been young when Jacob Bald became king and Walter Bald was a boy, remembered the last full-scale defense of the kingdom. Gwyn Merylda had trained in Moranian defense exercises, but never the real thing. She retrieved her armor from the storehouse the very morning that Stormy and the Fool had taken to the air with the Grickle-Grack. The armor lay on the bed now as she wiggled herself into deer-hide breeches, which she would normally not be seen dead in. She pulled the hip straps tight, and picked up the breastplate. As she stood adjusting the straps there was a knock at the door. "Enter." "It's only me," said Geraldo. He came in, a smile chasing the weary lines across his faithful comrade face. "You look." "I look like shit," the Queen groaned. She pulled her hair back and tied it behind her head. That made her look even less the glamorous queen that Moranians knew her as. She did, however, look imposing. Geraldo bowed. "I bring you something for the battle." From behind his back he presented a hatchet. Gwyn Merylda studied it. It was hers, wasn't it? Geraldo nodded. It was a light, sleek hatchet, specifically designed to be wielded by a woman. There was no jewel-encrusted hilt, but the metalwork was of exceptional quality, and there was an inscription on the handle. "To Ursula, with all my heart. Walter Bald. XX." "But this belongs to Stormy," protested Gwyn Merylda. "Stormy is with the bird by now. There is no greater weapon than the Grickle-Grack to protect the princess. This hatchet is a queen's hatchet and you are the queen." Gwyn Merylda fought back a tear and held still. And then the muscles in her cheeks quivered, as she relented and the tears came. Geraldo half moved towards her, she towards him. It was awkward. She still had the hatchet in her hand. He was tentative, but they managed a hug of sorts. Geraldo felt the mountains of the breastplate digging uncomfortably into his chest, but the queen hung on with all her might. "Morainia has never given up before, dear queen, and there is no reason that we should do so now. But some of us will die. Probably. But we have no choice." "I know," she winced. "I just can't bear the thought of it all." Geraldo kissed Gwyn Merylda on the forehead. "You are a true queen," he said. Before the queen could reply there was a new knock on the door. Jacob Bald and Gigi burst into the room. "Bad news," said the former king, "from the witch in the ditch." "And this?" He gave some small pieces of paper to Geraldo. "It's Walter Bald," said Gigi. "He's been kidnapped from the Northlands." Gwyn Merylda said nothing. She gave a faint shudder and pulled herself up to her full height, as if to meet whatever came. "It seems that the Oasarians have some flying creatures in their employ." "They took Walter Bald this morning," said Jacob Bald. "And that's not the worst of it," said Geraldo, looking up momentarily from the paper he held in his hand. "This is the Oasarian ransom note. We, the Oasarian fleet, will be anchored by Bald River Falls before dawn tomorrow. You are probably aware by now we hold your king Walter Bald prisoner, and will not release him until the battle force of the Oasarian Guard have been granted safe passage up the Falls Road. Any sign of aggression will seal Walter Bald's death. Signed, your humble conqueror, Prince Toramus, servant of Queen Nukender of Oasaria. Lion of the South." "They're bluffing," assured Jacob Bald. "Maybe," said Geraldo. "Anything else?" asked the queen, straightening her back and chasing the worry lines away with a look of determination. "Yes," said Jacob Bald. "Roger Lee Bishop and his clique are gone. The kitchen girl Sonia betrayed us. They plotted Walter Bald's kidnapping, and the Oasarian battle fleet sailed north as we were sitting down to dinner with Nukender." "To Eagle Cave then, comrades," said Gwyn Merylda, standing up, clutching the axe she still held. And we'll see what schemagems we can make to throw at them. Chapter 17. Transkinkery and the Chicken Magician. By early evening the Grickle-Grack and his passengers were nearing the northwestern fringes of the wider Moranian kingdom. As the bird had suggested, they came back to Earth for shelter and sustenance in the forest before nightfall. The bird disappeared for what seemed a short while, and came back with a red fish, maybe 3 feet long. "Shall I do the honors?" asked the fool. Taking a knife from his belt, he slit the belly of the fish and began gutting it. "I took the liberty of eating," said the bird. "You'll have to eat yours raw, of course. Your human predilection for cooked food? We can't afford." "The smoke signals," finished the fool. "No problem," and he looked to Stormy. I know," said Stormy, "good brain food." The fool handed her a piece of the pink-red flesh. She winced as she took a bite, but it tasted far better than she'd thought. Then the questions began again. Brain food indeed. The Grickle-Grack had told her many things as they flew, with her ear pressed to his feathered side. But she had a lot more things she wanted to know now. "You said my dad had a theory that intelligent life existed before the dark times. I don't understand how all the stories could be wrong, how everything I learned at school, all the books in the library could be wrong." The Grickle-Grack preened his feathers and considered how to answer. "They're not all wrong. But there are other stories than the ones you know. We Grickles have a whole library's worth of our own. Then new discoveries change what we thought we knew. 20 winters ago everyone to a man would swear that water could not run uphill. But your father invented a machine that made water run uphill. The story changes in good ways and bad ways. Ask the fool here. A master of stories. The story changes as it gets passed along." The fool was busy chewing on a hunk of fish, and he grinned with his mouth full. Stormy wanted to ask the bird if he and his kind had a completely different beginning story to the one she had been taught, but Emmer was on a roll now. Even the fool could not get a word in. "Take your own story. We, your father and I, got the message from Gwyn Merrilda. You accidentally killed a prince in self-defense, but already, in a couple of days, the chittle-chattle tells how you brutally murdered him while he slept." "Did not. It was an accident. I know that, and you know that, but the story itself does not know that. The story adapts to what its listeners want to hear. You pass the story down across tens of winters, and it travels across land and sea where beings have different languages, and before you know, it's a tale of how the brave princess, disguised as a boy jester, made it her business to travel the west, ridding the land of corrupt princes. But I don't want that. I don't want to kill princes. I hate the story." "Ah yes, but the story has a life of its own now. However, some things remain more or less intact. The essence of the story, which in this case is the unusual fact that the princess kills the prince, is, well, in fact. A fact. He was the one who came prowling and groppelling into my bedroom," Stormy protested. "Yes, exactly," the bird agreed. "The devanimal is in the details, but the real details remain invisible to everyone else," said the bird. "So when the story gets out into the world, the people hearing it, the audience, reimagine the invisible details to make the story fit their situation or their way of thinking. They make it their own." "But they can't," said Stormy stormily. "But they do," said the fool. "We all do. It's the way we are." After hundreds of winters, the bird went on, there is no telling how different a story is from the way it was first told. We wouldn't even know if the story was based on real happenings, or just grew out of a pretend suppose night tale. The fool nodded vigorously in agreement as he chewed more of the fish. "Now, leapfrog for a moment. Think of the passage of hundreds and thousands of winters. Your father has a theory that creatures, flowers, and trees are like stories. We all possess a fundamental essence made up of invisible details, or kinks as Walter Bald calls them. Then as the forces of nature change, the earth belches and spews lava, the sea rises and falls, the ice advances or retreats. These kinks change, too, and shape what creatures and plants look like. What we look like. Over millennia, those invisible kinks made you a girl, and me a bird. However, if we went far enough back, you and I might once have been fish. In this, the Grickle-Grack was closer to the truth than he knew. The fool paused, then shrugged, and took another piece of the red fish. "Nu," said Stormy as she saw dream pictures of strange creatures in her head. "That really is divanimal talk. The way your father describes it, we creatures become transkinkt, according to how our invisible details respond to nature. It's a leap of imagination, but we have been uncovering facts that seem to back it up. You see the process speeded up in how your actual experience has become transfigured into the folk tale of the three dead princes." "What? What?" Stormy could not believe what she was hearing. It seemed that, whether she liked it or not, she had been cast as the prince killer extraordinaire. The play had been written, and they were already performing it in the streets. It was not a good feeling. "For instance, your mother grew roses," said the bird. And suddenly Stormy was rapt with attention again. She spliced red and lilac roses, and crossbred them again, until eventually she grew a deep purple rose that had never before been seen. Stormy had seen that rose growing in the gardens at Bald Mountain Castle. The story people told was that Ursula had been able to grow a purple rose, because of the enchantment that she felt for Walter Bald, and he for her. Ursula was as clever as she was beautiful. She saw qualities in each rose, for each individual rose is different, as each person or bird differs from his kin. Over successive growing seasons she brought out certain kinks that enabled her to make a new rose. "Your grandfather is a chicken magician," piped up the fool, finally finished with his fish and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "The mountain white, which gives us eggs in winter. Most chickens don't lay when it is cold like the Moranian cold. But Jakerbald is a great crossbreeder. A hardier chicken than that the world has never seen." "It was Ursula's rose growing and Jakerbald's chickens that led Walter Bald to his theory," said Emmer, "that all living things can be and have been transfigured by nature. That a certain rogue quality can become stronger in a creature down through generations. And if it is useful in how that creature deals with the changed nature of the world, it becomes part of that creature's essence. If the earth were old enough, the creature could be change-figured again and again over hundreds and thousands of winters. It happens so slowly we never see it happening before us unless we are growing roses or raising chickens. Sometimes a new creature emerges, and maybe meets up with the old one, and they are two different creatures." Grickle-Grack lore tells of many different creatures on the eastern side of the Mesilla Ice Mountains. Like people, like birds, but different in some way. Perhaps whoever, or whatever is on Nookiander's longships are transkinkt humans. "Or, maybe, we are transkinkt from them," offered the fool. "But how can the world be so old? My Wong Godmatist teachers say it is 6,200 summers old," insisted Stormy. "The dark times happened. Whatever caused them, whoever was around before, during or after, Godmatists and scientists alike agree, that they happened. I have seen the evidence with my own eyes. Far to the north a whole mountainside collapsed after an earth rumble. There are thousands of winters of white ice lying over what seems like a thin strip of black ice, which could be a few hundred winters thick. Below the black ice are thousands upon thousands of winters more of deeper grey-white ice. One can read it, like the rings in a tree. It was bogglingly too many layers to count. You humans tell tales of the Black Cat and his mountains. You've seen the Black Cat," quivered Stormy, suddenly remembering the talking cat from her dream. "Yes. But an old proverb says that you will not find the Black Cat because he found the sun and changed his coat," sang Stormy, finishing the line. "I have seen the Black Cat. He was frozen dead in the great ice wall. That does not mean he no longer exists. However, my fellow Grickles and I have travelled the Northlands for generations. We know of many strange beasts, but no black cat bigger than a castle cat. But, and here the Grickle-Grack paused for effect. I have seen the white cat. He is indeed a giant among beasts. I did not stick around long enough to see if he talked. Could it have been an albino? Spouted the fool. Like the white man who sells white rabbits in the marketplaces of the South. Like a juggler I once knew. White with pink eyes. No. There were a whole family of them, almost invisible against the snow. I saw their red eyes coming just as I took to the air. Just in time. A moment before I smelled them, 2 moments after, they would have been upon me. It may be that, like the Snowfoot Hare, the black cat changed his coat for winter, and now because he lives on the fringes of the ice wall, he stayed white. But you are black. You live up north. Why aren't you the great white bird? Protested Stormy. Why aren't I black and white, like the snow-capped eagle, or the magpie, or the white-walled dolphin? Most Moranians are fair-skinned. Your mother, though not originally from Morania, was fair-skinned, like most northern peoples. But you, Stormy, have darker skin than either your father or your mother. Yet you look like both of them. Somewhere in your story, your mother's father, or his mother's mother, or someone along one of the lines, traveled from across the world. And part of the traveler is in you. Stormy was boggled by such wild thoughts. But as they came from the Grickle-Grack, and were sprinkled with remembrances of her mother, she also felt strangely comforted. It is a mystery, the bird continued. It may be that the Wongodmatists are right, that the Creator came and put man on the earth to teach the animals a lesson. If that were the case, however, then I would not be talking to you now. I have read the Wongodmatist Book of Life, and there is no talking bird in any of its myriad tales, before, during, or after the dark times. The problem is that some Wongodmatists believe, or pretend to believe it really doesn't matter which, that their story is rigid as a metal pole. Worse, given the chance, they would use their book as a weapon to beat your father around the head with. Stormy winced, and the fool gingerly put a reassuring arm around her shoulder. Tools over weapons, my dear girl, said the bird. Ideas over ideologies. Like the Wonder Look. It helps us see things in new ways. If we have the tools and the imagination to look at the world afresh, then we will never cease to be startled by what we find in it. Through a break in the trees, Stormy saw the first night star far above, and remembered that she had flown here. After everything that had happened was still happening before her very eyes, she wondered, how can the world ever look the same again? Chapter 18. 2 Dead Princes. The Lumbayana River was mighty and wide, even in darkness. Prince Toramus stood on deck as he often did, stroking his prized gold cannon, congratulating himself on the subterfuge by which he had come to possess it. He loved that cannon. His chest swelled with pride as he marveled at the Oasarian miracle. He called it the Oasarian miracle. His brother called it the Oasarian miracle. His mother called it the Oasarian miracle. A shadow moved at Toramus's side and a ghostly white face appeared in the moonlight. It was Queen Nukander, dressed in morning black. The time will soon be with us, son, she rasped, putting a bony hand on the prince's shoulder. Not only shall we take Morainia, but we will avenge the death of your brother in triplicate. They had repeated this mantra, in various forms, since Nukiander's cortege had rendezvoused with the procession by Bridgeton on the Lumbayana. They had convinced themselves that the ships and the cannon were bigger than anything this corner of the sort of fairy tale world had ever seen. To look at Prince Toramus strutting about the bridge of the lead vessel like a puffed-up peacock for his mama, one would think the technology was all Oasarian. This was not the case. 2 summers previously, much smaller, clumsier Oasarian warships had encountered bizarre never-before-seen vessels in the waters by the furthest southern isles. Those ships were strange, and those who sailed in them stranger still. They were sort of men. They were like men, and then they were not like men. They walked upright. They talked. They had more hair than Oasarian men, and a much more pronounced brow. They had very good night vision and great strength. And melding the ocean-going technologies of the strange men with their own, the Oasarians had built these longships and stolen the idea for the cannon. Using the strange men as muscle power had enabled the Oasarians to drop anchor in view of Bald Mountain, on this dark night before the dawn. More than anything, the sort of men laughed. They laughed when they woke up. They laughed as the afternoon wind caught the sails and eased their passage up the Lumbayana. They laughed even more as they rowed the great ships at the end of the day against the meandering Lumbayana current, and against the katabatic night wind. They were always laughing. When they heard that they were invading Mauritania, with the hastily added casus belli of avenging the murder of Mercurio, they laughed hardest of all. Toramus had only shed Droka tears for his younger brother's death, for he knew all his brothers to be rivals. "Wang, God bless you with a conqueror's dreams," hissed the Black Queen as she bade him good night. Prince Toramus turned to watch Nukander go, and as the shadows swallowed her up, he heard that incessant laughing once again. He smiled, for he cared little now that the giggling slaves had brought him to the brink of his destiny. He sang to himself. Tomorrow, tomorrow. Tomorrow is an ugly day. For any who stand in my way. Down below in the hold, King Walter Bald of Mauritania defied his own thoughts by quite enjoying some gruel his captors had provided for his evening meal. As a king, Walter Bald was worried, of course. He knew how formidable a force was about to assault Mauritania. But as a scientist and an explorer, he couldn't help but be fascinated by what he had seen on the Oasarian vessel. From where, he wondered, had the sort of men come? The laughing soldiers of the south were like no life form Walter Bald had ever seen. Who was transkinct from who, he wondered now. These were surely very close relatives of humans. His scientific mind boggled. What force of nature had given them different tools than the Western peoples? What exactly were those tools? The golden piece of pipe that graced the prow of Toramus's ship, the cannon they called it. What was that? Most of all, he wondered, why would the sort of men subject themselves to the Oasarians? How could the Oasarians possibly exert power over soldiers who, when they relaxed from their rowing, looked so carefree and strong? There was something not quite right about it all. And strangely, there was something about those southern sort of men that gave Walter Bald hope. It wasn't a rational hope, but as many a scientist had discovered before him, sometimes the things that weren't rational were the most rational of all. Given the circumstances, Princess Stormy was having a fine accidental adventure. She would not have admitted this to others, and she found it hard to admit it to herself, but it was true. The flight over the Twin Moraine Mountains, around the town of Mauritania, and then along the Luminat ribbon of the Bald River, was itself relatively short. As Emmer had warned his passengers, they would initially bypass Bald River Falls, staying north to join the Lumbayana downstream. Then by doubling back on themselves, dropping low over the forest on the north bank of the Great River, they could steal a peek at the war fleet. Stormy's heart leapt when she saw the twinkling lights of her hometown. It was not too much to say she was enjoying herself, even though her country's situation was dire. Stormy was not the first person to discover that having something difficult to do was exciting and frightening, both at the same time. She could see nothing untoward in the darkness of the valley floor, out to where the Bald River cascaded in a spectacular waterfall into the Lumbayana below. That said, the princess knew the Moranian Defense Guard would be fully deployed and ready. She thought of Gwyne Merelda and wondered if she was there too. To her surprise, she found that she longed to see her stepmother. As the Grickle-Grack began to drop low, Stormy could smell the fir and pine trees she knew so well. The air was warmer here, and it was alive with the summer buzzing of life. Bats flitted zizzer hither, tracking down skeeters. She heard a long-eared owl somewhere below, and then she saw the glint of the moon on the Lumbayana. "Geez, are us," whispered the fool. The Grickle-Grack looked round as if to command silence, and Stormy saw the luminescence of his blood-red eye rings. Below them was the line of ships, anchored in a giant eddy of flat waters, a safe distance from the mighty Bald River Falls. With the quarter moon high in the sky and the Lumbayana chasing it into the eastern distance, the war fleet was silhouetted like a pack of dark, slumbering night monsters, speckled with the firefly eyes of curl lamps. There were 10 ships, for Stormy counted them. They seemed only to promise heartache and misery to a girl who had only seen ships a quarter their size. Her heart sank, and she buried her head into the feathers of Emmer's neck. Only the bird seemed unperturbed. It could be worse, he mused. How could it be worse? Quizzed the fool. If the longships had wings it would be worse, said the bird. And then it did get worse. From the prow of the lead ship there was a loud bang, and a fireball zipped across the whole width of the Lumpiana, smashing into the cliff opposite, and sending rocks tumbling. Toramus, in his eagerness for the morning to come, could not resist unleashing a cannonball for the pure hell of it. The Grickle-Grack banked steeply to the left and climbed, hefting his mighty wings with a whoosh-shush of air. The fool groaned. "What was that?" said Stormy, struggling for words, for no Moranian had ever witnessed anything resembling the explosive power of gunpowder. "That, I believe," said the Grickle-Grack, "is precisely the kind of thing your father searches for. Magic, or more accurately mechanagics, that predate the Western peoples." Stormy looked back, but the great ships were only tiny black specks now. From this distance she could have picked them up and scrunched them between her fingers. She felt the balmy flush of the summer night again, as they crested the falls and entered the hanging valley of the Bald River proper. Before she knew it they were on the ground again. Voices surrounded them. In the dark, hands were helping her from the riding harness. Somebody murmured "Princess," and helped her to the ground. She wobbled as her feet searched for stability on the familiar but rough terrain. Then, an even more familiar voice reached into her heart. "Alexandra!" Stormy turned and threw herself the few short paces into Gwyne Merildaw's arms. Stormy buried her face in the familiar smell of the Queen's hair where it fell from her helmet upon her shoulder. "Come, come, my darling! Come inside," whispered the Queen. The fool was being hugged by Jacorbald, and Geraldo ushered everyone in with the promise of hot food and drink. Gwyne Merildaw guided Stormy into the homely surroundings of Eagle Cave. If any eagles had ever lived in this cave, it had not been in recent living memory. For this cave, which was close to Bald River Falls, but hidden by the outcrop from anyone coming up the falls road, had been the nerve center of Moranian defense activity for generations. As Stormy sat sipping soup, she looked again at the ancient pictures of eagle-like birds on the walls. Stormy had first seen these pictures when her father showed them to her as a younger child. Now she saw how one bird stood like a giant next to the human stick figures in its path. She saw and remembered the bird's ochre-red eyes, pigmented in part from the metals that lay beneath Morania's mountainsides. She turned and saw the Grickle-Grack, Emmer, not 20 feet away in deep conversation with Geraldo, Gwyne Merildaw, the fool, Jacorbald, and some others she knew were battalion leaders of the defense force. Along with a network of caves, mostly smaller than the one they were now ensconced in, the Moranian defences involved an extensive series of buried earth lodges. Each housed 20 people or more, mostly scattered around the fringes of the forest where the valley sides began to rise away from the river, all the way back to the bottleneck of Bald River Gorge. The long meandering road that wound its way down from the gorge was securely barricaded at the top of the falls road, along the northern bank of the river. From there, the road switched back and forth over a short mile to the northern bank of the Lumpiana, and the waiting war party. The princess put her empty soup bowl down and stood up. "More soup, love?" It was Grandma Gigi. She was joined by Grandma Wilson. "I can make you some good night tea," said Zilfer. "No thanks," said Stormy. "I have to know what is happening," and she walked over to the other side of the cave. There, gathered like an amateur football team 2 goals down at halftime to the Western champions, representatives from the various arms of the Moranian Defence Guard had gathered in an impromptu circle. A multifarious bunch of parents, grandparents, and Latines, who doubled in waking life as farmers, builders, foresters, and bakers. There was the man from the ditch committee, Fred's mother Claire, the message bird mistress, and Athene, who ran the library where Stormy worked, now all taking on third jobs as war tacticians. Stormy found a space for herself next to Fred. Fred smiled at her and he shuffled over to give the princess more room. Geraldo was chairing the meeting. "What say you, Captain Arahab?" he asked of one of the defense guards, who Stormy knew in ordinary Moranian life as an organizer of the farmers' market. "I wish we could hit them in the dark." "We might stand a chance then," Arahab said, looking at Stormy, "but me and the other captains." "We all agree." There were murmurs of general assent from behind him. "We won't launch an all-out assault if they still have Walter Bald. Though it be dangerous if we have to let the Oasarians march up the Falls Road." "Very dangerous." "How do we deal with the fireball thrower?" asked Athene. "It's the slave army still worries me," Geraldo said. "And what about the flying lizards?" asked the fool. Everyone was quiet for a moment. The Moranians are a pragmatic people, and they don't waste much energy on things they can't control. They tend to focus on what's in front of them, which is probably why they've lasted and thrived in this sort of fairy tale world. The flying lizards and fireballs could wait for now. "Anyone know anything about Prince Toramus? What he's like as a commander?" asked Rahab. "Toramus is vain and cruel, but he's not stupid. Bragardio was always the crazy one," Gwyn Merrilda said. "I too have met Toramus," said the fool, "and more recently than the queen. He remains vain, but he is clever. He is a good tactician, but something tells me he is also a mite blind. I am guessing he thinks this huge technological leap in ocean power will scarify us into submission." Stormy made an impatient gesture. After the accidental adventure of the last few days, she felt she'd earned the right to say her piece now. "Do we have a plan?" she said briskly to the bird. Surprised, Gwyn Merrilda looked at her. And the queen, in spite of her many worries, smiled. Emmer smiled too, though he hid it when Stormy looked a demand his way. We, the fool and I, have a sort of plan," he said. "Oh," said Stormy. "Will it sort of work?" "I am sort of hoping so." "And so what is it, Gentleman Grax?" asked the princess. At this, all three of her grandparents smiled. She looked just like her father in that moment. "Fighting ships are all very well so long as one is not attacked from the air. It's like the red fish you ate for dinner. He never saw me coming." The council considered this. "It is a gross act of war, there being 10 warships below the falls," said Jacorbald finally. "Us being able to inflict a blow against them is the very last thing they expect." "You're right. If we can unsettle them in some way, then it will not be as one-sided as they might have thought. This golden tube that sends fireballs. You'll aim for that," said Geraldo, sensing where they were going with this. "Yes," said the Gricklegrack. "Only, I can't do it alone." He rubbed at his feathers and looked up at the ceiling of the cave. "I need one person to balance with the rock, and to tell me when to let it fly." He cleared his throat. "It should be a smallish person. One who has already proved she or he, has rapport with me in the air." Well, of course Stormy knew who he meant. She looked at the faces of those gathered around her, and then at her feet, looking for the strength to make the decision for herself. She did not like it one bit. She looked at Emmer, and thought she saw a look of reassurance. After a heartbeat of hesitation the princess announced, "I'm doing it then." "No, you are not," screeched the queen. "Am2. Emmer says he needs me to do it." "Ag-mm-mm-mm," intoned the Gricklegrack. "It's true, gracious queen." "That's settled then," said Stormy. She said this in the determined way of a princess who knows where her duty lies. And the queen, who was, as we have seen, as wise as she was beautiful, knew that it was so. It was some time after midnight but a longer time before dawn, when Stormy was once again strapped to Emmer's back. They were only about a half-mile from the cave to the point where the Bald River cascaded off into the dark night below. Once down near the river bank, Emmer broke into a sort of jog. He remained very sure-footed, despite his size and the uncertain nature of the rocky terrain. Stormy felt the cool air skimming her cheeks. The moon had passed its zenith and was moving towards the western sky now. As they neared the edge of the falls, the Grickle-Grack slowed to a walk and then stopped. Stormy stared over the edge to the Lumpiana far below. The bird sat down by the riverbank and sort of wiggled his whole rear end. The noise of the water crashing below the cliff was deafening. He had given her instructions. When they took flight towards the ships, she was to wait for him to cry out. He had told her the flight would be very quick and warned her that his caw would be deafeningly loud. As soon as she heard it, she was to tug with all her might at the feathers around the left side of his head where his chin would be, if he had one. He had her practice again now, finding the right spot with her fingers, taking hold of the feathers, but not pulling just yet. She felt that she knew what she had to do, but she was still puzzled. Where was the weapon? Unless, yes, of course, Emmer had secreted it in his undercarriage. Emmer turned his head half towards her and winked with a fearsome red eye. He stood and exchanged the weight from foot to foot, and Stormy guessed correctly that the time was now. She braced herself. But then, all at once, a thought hit her over the head. Her dad. Where was her dad? Was he on the lead ship? How could she have forgotten? Wait, she cried out. But it was too late. The Grickle-Grack took a short run, then pushed off from the last remaining ground. They plummeted downwards. Stormy's stomach dropped. She shrieked but no noise came out of her mouth. She hoped against hope. With her eyes tightly slammed shut she concentrated all her energies into her outstretched left arm. Her fingers reached around the left side of Emmer's neck in a claw shape. They plunged headlong towards the ships, and Stormy, opening her eyes, saw the glitter of the gold cannon in the prow of the leader. What if it was that ship that held her dad? Emmer opened his mouth, but before his cry could be heard, in her fear for her father, Stormy tugged with all her might. Feather fragments came away in her hand as Emmer's flight path bottomed out into a swooping curve. The spasming of nerves from the Grickle-Grack's neck enabled his undercarriage muscles to relax for the half-moment necessary. The boulderous rock therein big as a sheep was ejected forthwith. And the moment after that, a scream rang out, but was almost immediately eclipsed by a loud splinter-rendering crack, as the rock smashed into the tip of the ship's prow below. Stormy opened her eyes and saw they had missed the cannon. The boulder fell too soon, and had landed right at the tip of the prow. The Grickle-Grack, relieved of his heavy burden, began to climb once more. We missed the cannon. We were supposed to hit the cannon. It's my fault. Freed of the weight of the rock, the bird was suddenly much more agile. He gave a raven about turn and for a moment the Grickle-Grack was upside down with Stormy beneath him. Then they banked and sped back down toward the front line of ships to inspect the damage. Emmer dipped low, and Stormy could hear the whistling arrows. With a kerthwack, an arrow skidded off one of the restraining straps of her harness. She half scrunched up her eyes to shield them from the rushing air, but in the instant before the bird veered abruptly up and away, she saw the body. Well, she saw the boulder crushing the planks of the ship's deck. And she saw a pair of arms and legs out from under it. It wasn't likely that meant anything else. We weren't supposed to hit anybody, she thought. It's my fault. She pressed her head against the bird's neck and heard him say, an accident. But perhaps a fortunate one. And they began to soar away from the ships again, toward the falls. Stormy craned around to look into Emmer's eye. From her position she could only see a scimitar flash of red iris. Had they been on the ground, she could not look him in the eyes as she could another person. She wouldn't be able to read the secrets of eyes that had been engineered tens upon tens of thousands of winters ago, for just such a mission as the one they had almost completed. A grinding, guttural alarm came of the bird cut through to shake Stormy from the trance. Instinct forced her head around, and she saw not one, but two flying shadows pursuing them. The Drokas, she screamed, her yell swallowed by the noise of the falls, her stomach lurching. Emmer surged into a climb before the wall of water. They were now only feet away from the crashing falls, and Stormy shook herself as the spray lashed her face. Then the great bird arced around and away from the falls to face their pursuers. The Drocobedas were as long as the Grickle-Grack was tall, but they were much leaner. As the fool had said, they were lizard-like, though it was hard to see any detail through the mist except their silhouette outlines. Emmer thought about trying to outfly the creatures, but he had been flying all day and had just hauled a weight that was really too heavy for him. He thought about the danger to his precious passenger. But the part of him that was raptor and predator knew the only choice was to fight. As the flying Gadoriles closed, Stormy saw the nearer one open its long ferociously bet-ethed snout, and gag some signal to its companion. She felt herself being wrenched, upside down and around, as Emmer suddenly flipped full circle and turned again. Stormy saw the great bird snap its huge beak, the moonlight reflecting momentarily off its rows of razor teeth, and heard a crunching sound as they closed on the Drocobeda's tail. The Grickle-Grack shook its head vigorously from side to side. Stormy reeled convulsively, but remained firmly strapped in. The lizard's tail had been severed off completely, sending its former owner spinning out of control into the darkness below. Next Stormy heard a whooshing sound, and the ear-splitting caw of the Grickle-Grack, as the other Droca's tail spikes slammed into Emmer's side, not a foot away from where her own thigh lay. The blackbird wheeled in pain, but not before grabbing the Droca with an outstretched talon. The creature writhed and spat, as Emmer brought his opposable thumb claw to bear, slicing into the lizard's wing and rendering it useless for flight. The beast plummeted to the water below and disappeared with a silent splash. Are you all right? Are you all right? Stormy called urgently. But Emmer remained silent, and seemed to be putting all his energy into lifting them both back over the lip of the Bald River Falls to safety. Landing on the bench before Eagle Cave, Emmer finally allowed himself to speak. I take it by your energies that you are unharmed, girl, and for that I am ecstatic. Stormy could see the blood streaming from Emmer's side as she unbuckled herself. But, she protested, trying to plug the wound with her hands. I will live, the bird said. But I fear I will be of little use should it come to fighting in the morning. I can rest and recuperate in the cave. As should you. In the next moments, Jacorbald and Geraldo attended the bird, and Guinemeralda pulled Stormy to her chest. One of those warships rests easy on the riverbed. A museum for when all this is over, said the bird. They got off the ship before it sank, Jacorbald said. We saw them in the boats. Stormy recoiled, but we killed a man. In the prow of the boat. Hush, said Guinemeralda. Hush. The Queen thought it best not to tell Stormy what she had seen, standing at the top of the falls watching the battle through the wonder look. She had seen Prince Toramus, of course, standing in the prow of the ship, fondling his gold cannon. Right before the boulder hit. 2 dead princes, Guinemeralda thought. Best not to tell Stormy that. Not yet. Even if the princess was becoming an adult. As a mother, the Queen judged her stepdaughter to have had enough excitement for one day. Chapter 19. The Battle of Bald River Falls. Dawn broke over Morainia, as inevitably as the Bald River cascaded down to the Lumpiana below. So the sun peaked its flaring red brim over the eastern horizon, and with it the Oasarian forces, in full battle dress, began marching up the switchbacks of the falls road. Their force was immense, and the loss of one ship with one leader was only a temporary setback. A Moranian squad of Latines, ensconced in the near impenetrable forest bordering the falls road, followed the invaders' progress. The lead eyes nearest to the Oasarians had sent her companion scout back with word, up to the next scout, and so on, so that the news would travel as fast as was humanly possible up the climb. Stormy and Guinemeralda had only just emerged from Eagle Cave when the first daylight news runner came back. It was Fred. He was panting and gasping for breath, trying to get his words out. What is it? Urged Geraldo. The king lives, sir. Stormy and Fred's eyes met momentarily, and then she looked away. The immediate sense of joy that spread in waves around the massing Moranian front lines was like a pebble hitting water. But then as the ripples radiated outwards, it was as if a heavier stone of dread was tossed into the mix. The slave army. They march free of chains and fully armed, said Fred. It is as we feared then, spat Jacob. We are more in number, for we are all Morania, but they have more fully trained soldiers. It will not be long, said Geraldo, and then, even though he felt sick to his stomach, he managed to address those within earshot in a clear and steady voice, "The king lives. The enemy marches. We shall attempt to engage in negotiation with the Oasarians before any fighting. If there is no resolution, and if they insist upon marching towards the gorge with the clear intention of travelling beyond it, then we will have no choice but to repel them en route, by any means. It will be soon," thought Stormy. She thought of her father. She thought of Emmer tending his wounds in Eagle Cave. And she thought of how she wanted this all to be over. Remember that Moranians had no regular means of measuring small increments of time, so what was indeed a short time, felt to many gathered in the bald river valley like the yawning chasm of eternity. And then time arrived. Time for hope, aspiration, and fear to fuse with the fabric of reality, as the noise of marching boots on a gravel rock road could be heard above the noise of the falls. The barricade at the top of the falls road had been opened in anticipation of the Oasarians' arrival. And as the invaders marched through it now, the Moranians in forward positions got their first glimpses of the enemy. A phalanx of about 100 of the tallest men among the Oasarian guard came first, brandishing unsheathed swords. While this was clearly meant to strike fear into the defending forces, Jacob could not help think that those soldiers with their heavy Oasarian metal swords would have mightily tired arms before any fighting even began. Behind this front group came another tightly packed group, made up of row upon row of the slave men and some women. It could now be seen that the Moranians had been so dreading. Those who were close enough could see the slaves' hairier arms, exaggerated brows, and flaring nostrils. The slave men seemed more hunched up in the way they marched, more awkward looking. It was these differences, coupled with the lack of knowledge of what they actually meant in terms of fighting skill, which made the sort of men appear the more fearsome. More Oasarians came behind these, and then the command corps. The command was protected by a row of guards at the front and sides. Behind the Oasarian prince's guard, in a space of his own to emphasize his humiliation, was paraded the chained and bruised king of Morania. And immediately behind Walter Bald were Prince Bragardio and Queen Nukander, with their personal guards. One of the guards occasionally made a jab at Walter Bald with a long spear. Roger Lee Bishop and his clique came next, and on the body of troops seemed to stretch back down the road, alternating banks of Oasarian guards with those of the southern fighters. It was all clearly well planned for maximum impact. As the front forces came into the valley bottom proper, they began fanning out to the sides and edging slowly forward, to allow more men to come in behind them. Under Geraldo's instruction a similarly arranged, though much smaller, Moranian guard and command corps advanced slowly to meet them. It was all very tentative. Few of those present had actually known serious warfare firsthand. It was almost as if no one knew quite what to do, now that whole divisions of the respective armies were facing each other. The fact that there was a hostage involved clearly complicated matters. "We request circle, and to see our king," said a lone voice in clear crisp tones. It was Jacob. There were a few moments of ominous silence, before Bragardio replied, "Very well." Most Moranians had never seen the princes of Oasaria, but Gwyn Merelda and the fool exchanged uncomfortable looks as they scanned the ranks for the missing Toramus. Their suspicions about that prince's unfortunate end were confirmed. Then, as if by magic, or because they had all learned how to do it in sort of kindergarten, the main negotiating parties of each command corps formed a circle. There was some confusion on the Oasarian side, as 2 or 3 of the sort of men inserted themselves in among their masters. Walter Bald was motioned to stand to the right of Bragardio, with a guard to his other side. Nukander, seething in black battle dress, stood to their right, with her own guards. Rogerly Bishop stood on Bragardio's left, edging out the Oasarian prober Eligurine. On the Moranian side, Giraldo was sandwiched by Rahab and Atheana to his left, and Jacorbald to his right. Gwyn Merylda stood to the King Father's left, and Stormy was at the Queen's side. Any who wish to speak shall enter the circle, and none shall harm him, Giraldo announced. It shall be so, said Prince Bragardio, looking to his mother for approval, and then he walked across the few yards towards Stormy. Gwyn Merylda felt her hand tighten on her hatchet hilt. The prince came forward another step and looked the princess in the eye. The famous prince killer strikes again. My brother Tormus lies crushed to death by the rock you and your pet raven dropped upon the great Oasarian fleet. It is my duty to slay you now. But he made no move to go for his sword. Stormy felt as if the rock they had dropped the previous night had fallen on her, too. She hadn't meant to hurt anyone. Yet here she was. Prince Killer, this crazy-looking prince had called her. There was a muted aghing and onooing from the assembled Moranians, a communal sinking feeling as the fact of Tormus' death sunk in, and then silence. Gwyn Merylda looked at the fool. She could tell he was thinking the same thing. With two brothers dead, Bragardio was the undisputed head of the Oasarian forces. They both knew that Bragardio was the most piscotic and unpredictable of the bunch. Giraldo took a step forward. According to the customs of the Western peoples, we shall offer the necessary recompense for your loss. You would give me all of your precious metals, laughed Bragardio, but his mirth was cut short by Queen Nukander. We will take whatever recompense we desire, but we shall also rewrite the laws of the West here and now, and exact a mother's revenge. Bragardio, trying to step outside of his mother's shadow, turned theatrically and drew his sword. In brandishing the blade he deliberately flaunted the previous rules regarding this negotiating process. He walked around the inner space of the circle as if he already owned Morania, clearly enjoying his moment. And then he strutted back over to his side of the circle and held the tip of his blade to Walter Bald's bruised face. Still no Moranian made a move to reciprocate, even though their collective insides were straining and gurgling. Turning to Stormy again, the prince laughed. You will die here today, girl, but first you will see those you love perish. Yes, muttered Gwyn Merylda. Hysterical the little boy, back-raised the full-grown man. Stormy looked at Walter Bald, who remained impassive in the midst of his captors. Seeing her father a hostage, and looking into the hate wells of Bragardio's eyes, did much to evaporate the remorse she had been feeling. Looking at Queen Nukander extinguished every last drop. Finally she could stand it no more. Hardly knowing what she was doing, Stormy took a step forward. The Prince Killer wishes to speak, sang Bragardio, baiting and teasing. And like something came to her from a dream, she announced, I have tools. Bragardio's perplexion was cut short by a rasping laugh. Arg! Erg! Erg! Hear that breath, Sisterin, a new and robust voice called out. She has tools. She has the tools. All turned in amazement to look at the source of this interjection. It came from the strange man who was stood closest to Prince Bragardio and Prober Bishop. The man, for he certainly was a kind of man, had shaken the look of deference that he and his kind had previously expressed towards the Oasarians. Quite suddenly this new sort of man seemed to stand taller and more imposingly than before. My brothers lie dead, Prince Bragardio said, outraged, and we are supposed to listen to this gibbering half-man. Bishop and the Oasarian coterie murmured assent, but were cut short by a deep guttural laugh. Even the Black Queen looked unnerved. A deep guttural giglant laugh, ga 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 ha ha. And now the creature's comrades, freed from the shackles that had held them as they had rowed the Oasarian ships north, were also freed from the pretense they had been keeping with the Oasarians. They stretched tall and began to laugh too. The Oasarian guards now appeared not quite so formidable amidst their suddenly not so sort of slaves. The laughing, the incessant laughing which had driven Bragardio half crazy on the voyage from Oasaria, was like no Moranian save King Walter Bald had heard before. It now rang around the lip of the Bald River Valley. Then it ended abruptly, almost as soon as it had begun. "The prince is dead! Long live the prince! Killer!" "Urgurgurg!" shouted the sort of man, stepping into the circle, staring down Bragardio and then looking directly at Stormy. He laughed again. If as the many tacticians on both sides began pondering the transkinked men and women were now not with the Oasarians, then quite suddenly the Moranian warriors were no longer necessarily outnumbered. Stormy was confused. Walter Bald, against his better judgment, felt his cracked lips break into a half-smile. He quickly hid the expression, hoping none had seen it. Only Gwyne Merelda had seen the flicker and, though her own face remained impassive, she felt her heart burst into a warm flame of hope. "Allow me to introduce myself," said the laughing man. "Silence! You insolent creature," bellowed Bragardio. "Let the man speak," yelled a voice from the crowd. Unnerved, his mind racing desperately for a new plan, Bragardio bit his lip. Nukander was about to speak, but the laughing man cut her off. "I am General Ghazali, and we," he said, arms aloft to indicate all his kinfolk, "are the free and noble knights of Andean Expeditionary Force. We travel from the roof of the world, which is also near the bottom of the world. Some call us men, some call us monkeys, but we are something else again. We are giglanthropic by nature, and we are giglanths in person." All the other giglanths laughed appreciatively. "Devanimal talk," fumed Roger Lee Bishop. "These foul creatures are the blasphemies of all good Wong God-fearing people," he shouted, trying to rouse some support among his fellow Moranians. There were some murmurs of confusion. "'Tis beyond belief, Bishop," spat Ghazali. "You would step over dead princes and ride on Andean backs to your glorious enthronement as puppet over Morainia, and yet you openly denounce us as lesser creatures. You want to eat your cake and not shit it, but I'll wager you'll do neither this day." Bishop opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it rather than dig himself in deeper. "You must not have heard my son," screamed Nukander. He said silence. "Ack, Queen Nukander, Prince Bragardio. If you can contain your pump-tuppery for 1 second." Ghazali held the flat of his hand up, stressing to the Oasarians that they should remain quiet. "My comrades and I have been silent for you for long enough, Quizzleprinks." And he laughed. "You call that unbearable laughing being silent?" spat Bragardio. Ghazali laughed again, "Urga! Urga! Urga!" and then composing himself. "We have a saying where we come from. You laugh, or you die. So we laugh." In this matter Ghazali was closer to the truth than he knew. The giglanthropoid laugh did in fact emerge from kinks within, that tens of thousands of summers previously had emerged as a human adaptation to the choking black dust of the dark times. Bragardio fumed some more. "Take care not to, urg, enrage my comrades with your insults, Prince. Or I will set the Prince Killer upon you." More laughter. Bragardio obeyed despite himself. "Shall I continue?" asked Ghazali of the immediate circle around him. "Please do," said Walter Bald courteously. "Silence, prisoner," the Black Queen clamoured. Bragardio elbowed Walter Bald in the ribs. His panic was beginning to reveal itself. Ignoring them, Ghazali raised his long arms as if he were about to conduct an orchestra. "We Andeans are present here today to do no one's bidding." Then, giving Nukander and Bragardio a particularly stern look, he added, "other than our own." The giglanth then turned and focused his attention upon Stormy once more. He said very calmly, "My dear princess. You were saying." Stormy had completely forgotten, if she ever knew, what she was supposed to be saying. "The tools, girl." Ghazali reminded her. Yes, the tools, and Stormy had neither the mistiest idea what had possessed her to announce the tools, less still what the tools were. Tools, I live by the tools. And the tools are. "For no badness sake, girl," said the general with a mild hint of impatience, "what are the tools of your trade?" "I don't have a trade," thought Stormy. But as she thought it, she happened to glance to her left and see the fool. The fool saw her look and he returned it, with the same slight nod of his head that he'd given her that night in the Grackle Tavern. She'd seen soldiers then, and she saw them now. She lifted her arms to the natural amphitheater that the U-shaped bald river valley provided, and then words came as if in answer to her dreams. "Fellow soldiers, stand at ease, hush now, take rest, and I'll tell a tale to tickle you red. There's a prophecy, there's a quest, there's a storm in the west, but a war would be most ill-advised." At this there was a slow, building hum of approval, mostly from the Andeans and the Moranians, but also, it must be said, from some of the Oasarian foot soldiers. The louder derision came from those who were grouped around the Oasarian command and bishop's cadre of Wang-Godmatists. "By the great God Joke, it is she! And I Ghazali am humbled in thy presence, your majestorally." And the general bowed to the princess. Stormy, returning the bow, continued. "Brave knights, you are welcome, if you come in peace. And we wish you safe passage to thee." Here Stormy faltered for a half-breath. Looking around at the assembled masses for inspiration, she was aware of the strengthening warmth of the rising sun on her face. The same sun that the black cat had said would set her father free. "And we wish Giglanth safe passage to the east." The eastern passage through the Mesala Mountains, which Stormy had seen from the air. How she did know in that moment, that this was of even the slightest importance to General Ghazali and the Giglanth people, Stormy had no idea until the day she died. It was, though, for the Andean beginning story, and their cultural history stretching back a couple of thousand winters, told of a fantastic other world, near the top of the world, east of the impassable mountains. According to their legend, it was where their ancestors had lived and built their great civilization. It was there that the Andeans would now find their destiny. If this all seems very convoluted, that is because, like most origin myths, it was, though certainly no more convoluted than the story of the Wang god and the animals. Like most prophetic stories, the Andean myth would be refined and rewritten over time, to accommodate changes that would otherwise have shaken the story to its core and shattered its believability. For a story to survive, especially a prophetic one, someone has to periodically weed out the inconsistencies and retrospectively insert some anticipatory detail of what actually came to pass. In this case, the Great Sleeping Plague and the thousand-winter enslavement of the Andeans was in fact a virulent bout of Oasarian flu, followed by a practical decision to hitch their ride north by attaching themselves to the Oasarians. The symbiotic relationship between the Oasarians and the Andeans had produced the fleet of warships that now sat -1 in the Lumpiana River. Thus, from the Andean point of view, the enslavement was more a round of seasons construction contract than a millennial straitjacket. The match of prophecy and fact was hazy, but it was good enough for Ghazali and his comrades. It was for somebody else to hone the details later. Ghazali and his comrades saw in Princess Stormy a warrior girl who sort of fit the bill of their legendary redeemer, who would point them in the right direction east. Thus, in the moment immediately following Stormy's uttering the word east, the whole valley seemed to erupt with cacophonic laughing and chanting. General Ghazali lifted his arms once more in a gesture bidding silence, and approached the princess. "Dear princess." "Stormy," said Stormy. "Ah, Stormy. Yes, of course." He held out a hand to shake, and as she took it, and he knelt before her. "Stormy. Great princess, great prince killer. Most royal high lariness. Your majesty. I am honored beyond time to behold the living brown-skinned girl of ancient Andean prophecy." He laughed, for as we are now keenly aware, Giglanths were always laughing, whether or not it was an opportune moment or not. "We, the mighty Andean Quest-Bediter Knights, hereby pledge to do you and your people no harm. All we ask is you grant us safe passage through your kingdom." Stormy did not know what to think or where to look, so she looked into Ghazali's eyes. "Granted," she said, then glanced quickly to Walter Bald for reassurance. The king nodded and smiled back at his daughter proudly. Stormy opened her mouth as if to say something and then exhaled. She looked to her father and he nodded again. "Tell us more," she said to Ghazali. "I will," said Ghazali, "but first off methinks we must resolve this standoff," indicating with his long arms the variously arrayed forces of Muranians, Giglanths, Oasarians, and the odd few other stragglers. The general cupped his hands around his mouth and spoke in a megaphone voice. It was nowhere near as loud as the Grickle-Grack's cry, but very loud for a man projecting his voice unaided. "All those in favor of war say aye." There were a few limp ayes, mostly from those Oasarians who felt themselves in range of the watchful eyes of Queen Nukander and Prince Bragardio. The loudest voices were Bragardio himself and Roger Lee Bishop. "Noted," said Ghazali. "All those against, say aye." And the full chorus of the hundreds upon hundreds gathered in the Bald River Valley erupted in unison. Some even threw their hats into the air, and everywhere she looked Stormy saw people and Giglanths cheering, hugging whoever was closest to them. When the ruckum had died down some, a snake-like voice shrieked, "Not so fast!" It was Roger Lee Bishop, jockeying for position in the confusion of the morning's events. Turning first to the Queen of Mauritania and then to Walter Bald, the prober pointed a finger at Gwyn Merelda. "You think this harlot fit to be your queen?" "Oh yes, intrepid king. For while you have been away on your science-to-call, blasphemical travels, you have been cuckolded by your wife and this man." Bishop twirled around on the spot to point at Geraldo. "My spies," Bishop began. "Yes, your spies," snarled Gwyn Merelda, "not only almost cost Walter Bald his life, but also betrayed the whole of Mauritania." The Queen waved her hatchet, the Queen's hatchet, and winking at Geraldo, made a gracefully darting movement towards the prober. "You blithering idiot," she spat at Bishop, thwacking him hard on his rump side with the flat of the axe. Even the schoolchilder know that Geraldo finds his comfort in being flameringly man-to-man. More raucous laughter, from Andeans and Muranians alike. Bishop was left spluttering and gibbering, but no words came out of his perfidious mouth. Queen Nukander glared like the image of death. In the pregnant pause that followed, Bragardio snapped out of his trance, the Piscasix flaring new life into his eyes. His moment was escaping him and he badly wanted it back. "You forget, so I shall remind you all," he barked, commanding silence. "This harlot cess prince killed my brothers. It remains my right and my duty to challenge you." He turned on Stormy, weighing his sword. "A fight, Prince Killer? To the death!" Chapter 20. 3 Dead Princes. "Never," came the shout. A teenage boy rushed forward. "I'll fight thee in her place." It was Fred. Poor Fred. Walter Bald moved forwards, put a hand on the boy's shoulder, and gently pulled him back. Turning to Queen Nukander and looking her in the eye, the king said, "Call him off." The Black Queen gathered herself, but instead of speaking she spat at Walter Bald's feet. "Very well," said Walter Bald, and he turned to face Bragardio. "You would go through with this?" For Walter Bald knew that Bragardio had grounds to challenge Stormy. But this was his daughter they were talking about. "You would pit your superior strength and skill as a soldier against a girl of 13 winters, and be ridiculed throughout the West," said the king. "Horrible, horrible man," Gigi wailed. The psychologics was, however, lost on Bragardio. Having been eagerly thrust into the shoes of leader for the mighty Oasarian army overnight, and then to have the imperial dream snatched away by a bunch of giggling baboons, was all too much. Some of the tendons that connected his thinking to reality had been severed. His brain rationalized it thus: if he could not own Mauritania, he would not be denied his revenge. "Stand aside, king, or I will kill you, too." Walter Bald, of course, did not budge. Stormy ran forward screaming. She pushed at her father and still he did not budge. Then turning quickly she grabbed the hatchet from Gwyn Merelda's hands, wheeled around and struck at Bragardio. Bragardio laughed, but even in his twisted mirth his reflexes kicked into action. He easily deflected the blow with his broadsword. Stormy turned to strike again, and once again Bragardio effortlessly parried the blow. Stormy knew how to wield a sword and an axe, and she could probably outfence you or me. But pitted against a man trained in combat and in his physical prime, it was a battle she could never win. Stormy spun around again, keeping the hatchet low. In the whirl of micro-moments she saw her father, Guinemeralda, her grandparents, Geraldo. Her eyes flashed by Fred, and she saw the fool running towards Eagle Cave. Then the thought hit her. She should do what she was good at. So, she ran. She ran to the river. Stormy knew how to run. It was her Cliff Scout training. She could run up the falls road without having to stop for a break. She had run up much higher mountains in her dreams. She could also run downhill, steep downhill, and across very rough terrain, which she did now. Even carrying her mother's hatchet, she was as sure-footed as a mountain goat skipping across a boulder-strewn beach as she neared the water. She had a head start. The prince was handicapped by armor, if she could just. The screams of the crowd and the sounds of her pursuer merged into the crashing roar of Bald River Falls. The water's edge. Don't look, she thought. Don't look back and don't look over the falls. One false move, one wrong foot on the wet river stones, and she would be swept away. She slowed, but ran on. It appeared to the crowd on the rise behind her that she was walking on water. The stepping stones were only visible during high summer. It was not yet high summer, but it was not far off. The night tales told of how the stepping stones had been put there by Alakena, the goddess of rock. In the stories, Alakena enticed young men with her song, her beauty, and promises of fame and longevity, to their inevitable deaths. Many had tried to cross, but the whisper of the goddess in their ears became the roar of the crashing waters that swept them away. Only one had ever successfully crossed the river. The giant Ogerman. Ogerman, however, was intent on stealing Alakena's treasures, and she had slain him with catapult and rocks. If only Stormy had a catapult with her now. She would instead have to use her wits. It was all she had. In the previous summer, Stormy had taken turns with Fred and some of the other Cliff Scouts, skipping out across the dry rocks to the 13th rock, just short of the midpoint of the river. Then it was theoretically possible to cross the whole way, but no one did, for the rocks in the middle were so close to the fall's edge, and the sound so mesmerizing, that no one dared. It was July now, and high summer would not come until another moon. Still, Stormy could see those smooth white stones beneath her feet, just under the water. A fingernail deep, a first knuckle deep, and then as she strode out across the river, a second knuckle below surface. She felt the inexorable tug and drag of the river. While the waters were deceptively clear this side of the falls, they were as deep as a man was tall. The closer the rock path veered to the edge of the falls, the deeper the water covering them became. It was in truth impossible to cross even without the psychological fear of being swept over the edge. 9 stones out into the water meant she was considerably closer to the edge of the falls than she was to the bank. Stormy halted, the irresistible current now buffeting her ankles. Gasping for breath, she turned and saw Bragardio step from the bank onto the first of the submerged stones. She could see the hate in his face, and she could see the apprehension creeping across his brow. Bragardio cautiously made his way onto the 3rd rock. More cautiously still, he made his way across the next 3 rocks, wavering on the last, as his lead foot slipped a finger length under the water. He regained his footing, but as a man 6.5 feet tall, his center of balance made him a mite more unstable than Stormy. It isn't always best to be biggest. Such a sweet pretty thing, but you will die, princess, shouted the prince, trying to regain the initiative. Think your prophecy will save you now, girl. How did he know about the prophecy? Did everyone know about it? But Stormy forced herself to concentrate. She didn't think the prophecy would save her. She didn't know if she could be saved, and she had no idea what came next in her non-existent plan. Would that she were like her namesake Alakena, and could trick the man to his death. Bragardio advanced 1, 2, more rocks with uncanny bravado and without hazard. Say your prayers, girl. Stormy glanced over her left shoulder to the 10th rock and in the direction of the falls. It was a little farther than a comfortable stride for her. Turning her body she leapt, and as her right foot landed she slid, crashing to her knee. Flailing and falling half forwards she crashed against the body of the rock, bringing her right arm down, and with it the hatchet that had been her mother's. Miraculously, the hatchet blade found a fissure in the otherwise smooth rock. The force of Stormy's fall wedged the axe Excalibur right into that rock, preventing her from being swept away. Grappling with her left hand, she felt the blade sear into her fingers, but did not let go until she regained her balance and was able to pull herself up to standing. Even above the din of the water, she could hear the screaming crowd now assembled on the bank. She looked up and saw Bragardio, advancing, laughing. She saw her father step out from the riverbank in pursuit of the prince. She saw the blood dripping from her hand and felt dizzy with shock. Only one empty rock now separated the prince and princess. One last miracle before you taste your reward, princess. Stormy knew in her heart she had to end it. She could not risk Bragardio killing her father. She tugged at the hatchet with her good hand, but it was wedged solid. This was actually a good thing. Had Stormy swung the axe at the prince as he landed on the rock next to hers, he would have been within striking distance to meet it with his sword. Again, that was a battle Stormy could never win. As it was, she remained a finger length out of reach as Bragardio swung his blade horizontally in the direction of Stormy's chest. Instinctively holding tight to the hatchet with her good hand, she was able to lean back that necessary finger length without losing her balance. If Bragardio leant forward the extra distance he would be the one toppling forwards. "Come, Bragardio," shouted Stormy with a conviction she wasn't yet sure she felt. "Come taste the prince killer's kiss." Then she was, all of a sudden, sure. Quite sure. Maybe she was possessed by Alakena the goddess of rock? Alexandra Stormy Bald Wilson held out her bloody arm taunting Bragardio, and withdrew at double speed, as he swiped again, wobbling dangerously. "Strumpet! Whirl it! I can wait until you bleed to death." And then Walter Bald, sword drawn, was shouting behind him, and the prince wheeled to look. He could spear the girl with his sword, but then he'd be defenseless against a bereaved king. End it now, he thought. He turned back towards Stormy, and she saw the look in his eyes. She could hear her father shouting, but dared not look. She flicked her left wrist theatrically, and droplets of her blood flecked Bragardio's face. "Taste the blood of the prince killer," she screamed, and the scream filled the whole valley, drowning out the crashing of the waters, as Bragardio leapt at her, and they both plunged into the water. Cold! 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 The water stung her bloodied hand. Like cells dividing, fear replicated itself into a whole-body panic. Where everything else was relentlessly fluid, prince and princess desperately clutched at each other. Then they crashed over the precipice, and Stormy saw black. Bragardio's clinch relaxed and fell away, but as the shadow filled her senses she felt a new vice-like grip. Death's bony fingers and opposable thumb closed about her waist to squeeze the last breath from her, and then for shockingly there was an and then the falling felt like soaring. Like when your hands are so cold with overexposure to ice they burn. What new kind of pain was this? Instead of water crushing her, she felt the air rushing against her face, but still the tightening constriction around her stomach. Stormy felt that her eyes wanted to open, but she dared not let them. It had only now occurred to her that the torments that awaited the prince killer in death would be far worse than those of the world she was leaving behind. And then, another and then. An uncomfortably close, an unorthodox call, if I do say so myself, croaked the Grickle-Grack. Stormy opened her eyes for a second, saw the mighty talon that gripped her waist and the black feathers of Emmer's belly, and promptly fainted. Far below, on the bow of the first longship curiously separated from the other 8 ships by the upended wreck of Toramis's ship 2 Oasarian guards, Rosenstern and Gildenkrantz, were mesmerized by the huge black raven soaring above the falls. Wheeling majestically and to all appearances playfully, it had dived at the cascading waterfalls, as if taking a shower. "Well, I'll be damned. Looks like he's got a fish," said Gildenkrantz. "Maybe an eel," replied Rosenstern. "Or one of them nymphemons they have up north." "You don't see that every day," remarked Gildenkrantz. "No, you don't." "Whatever it was," said his comrade. They were silent for a moment and then Gildenkrantz idly began tossing an Oasarian coin. "Nukander or Merm?" "Merm," replied Rosenstern. "Merm it is," said Gildenkrantz. "Yet, but bloody well look at that." "That ain't no Mermangel," said Rosenstern as he rushed to the bow. They both saw a body floating towards the flat waters where the ships were moored. "Should we fish him out?" "Better had. If we know what's good for us." After some commotion and with the help of the natural eddy which did most of the work in bringing the corpse to them, Gildenkrantz rolled the body over in the water with a pole. "Wongus corpus," breathed Rosenstern as the stricken face broke the surface. "Braggardio," hissed a stunned Gildenkrantz. The landscape was no longer black, but Stormy found herself drifting between thoughts, which like the tentacles of a giant anemone wanted to ensnare her. She flicked her tail, her Mermangel's tail, and sped away. She saw the sun beckoning above and tasted the air as she broke the surface, flexing her wings and taking flight. The thoughts that chased her turned into winged harpies with the faces of people she knew. Everyone was barking questions at her. Queen Nukander promised to hunt Stormy all her days. Roger Lee Bishop, the rogue Wong godmetist, asked if she was looking forward to eternal volcanemonic hell. Fred was riding a white donkey asking her to marry him. Her grandmothers were already arranging the wedding. Gwyne Merelda wanted Stormy to tidy her bedroom. Stormy could not believe this last insult. "After what I've been through," she wanted to say. "The witch in the ditch was saying I told you so. I said 3 dead princes and there are, let me count. 1, 2, 3. The witch was drowned out by the giglanths, merging into the laughing giggle monkeys of her dreams. Glamour was telling the witch to shut up, and Stormy wanted to go with her. But first she had to find her father. All she had wanted to do from the beginning was be with her father. Stormy saw the fool and said, "Have you seen my dad?" The fool grimaced and nodded, indicating the princess look behind her. There was the cave, and there in the mouth of the cave was the giant black-horned cat saying, "Well? Well what?" said Stormy impatiently. "Have you got it? For a cat that speaks, you are mightily dense. Open your eyes. Look around you." The cat looked around and smiled a Lancashire smile. And then, where the cat and the cave had been, there was a woman and a garden. She was bent, rooting some rose cuttings, but turned and stood as if Stormy had disturbed her. She dropped her metal trowel, and Stormy saw the woman's mud-stained fingers. Then the woman opened her arms, inviting her daughter's embrace, and Stormy hugged her mother Ursula. "Alexandra," Stormy bawled. "You have all the time in the world ahead of you," Ursula said, and kissed Stormy on the forehead. She smiled at her daughter and said, "I love you." Stormy's heart melted and then her mother said, "And now you can open your eyes." Stormy had only been unconscious for a few moments before the grickle-grack had landed, and a few moments afterward. But she was momentarily blinded by the sunshine and overwhelmed by the noise of everyone around her, flapping, cooing, and cheering the miracle. The fingers of her left hand seared with pain, but she could feel that someone had bandaged them. Even before her senses came into true focus, she knew that she was being cradled in her father's arms. "I love you," said her father. "I love you too," said Stormy, and she wept as her dad helped her up. She could hear the fool shouting, "Give her room, she needs air." She could hear Zilfer and Gigi swooning with relief and the hubbub of the crowd beyond. And then she felt Gwyne Merelda move to embrace her husband and she saw the happiest expression on her dad's face that she could ever remember. Stormy found herself smothered between king and queen. It did not matter that the metal of the Moranian mountains of Gwynmerelda's breastplate dug into her back. For it was also the happiest feeling of the princess's life. The three of them stood, royally grand, but only sort of like a royal family. For moments upon moments they held each other and let the good tears roll. Chapter 21. The Riddle of the Egg. Happily ever after? In the days that followed, Stormy simply wanted to disappear into the familiar surroundings of Bald Mountain Castle. She was happy to spend time doing very ordinary things. She was happy to eat food and help make it, and was even glad to be told off by Gwynmerelda for not tidying her room. The battles were over and the war was avoided for now. But along with the happiness came some darkness. Her mind was bombarded with questions, some real, some imagined questions that seemed to demand answers she did not wish to confront. She was the prince killer of Andean legend? Was she cursed by Queen Nukander? Were there other princes who would seek revenge for their brothers' deaths? Would someone track her down one day? Would someone come back and try to take Mora Inia all over again? Would she be forced to marry some other prince to avoid it? But no one would ever want to marry her, except Fred, and she didn't want to get married anyway. Stormy got nervous one day when she woke for breakfast, and her dad was already up and away in the fields helping rejig some irrigation channel. He was only a short walk away, but she could not eat breakfast before she saw him. Her nightmares and dreams would take a long time to heal. Some would never disappear. But it was not all bad. She also had a vague memory from a dream that she should strive to be patient, to try to allow her mind to heal as her fingers would. The scars would remain, but the worst of the pain would recede, if she could but let go of it. Stormy remembered the feeling of the dream one morning while she sat in the sun in the castle garden, smelling the roses which Ursula had first cultivated. Her grandfather Jacorbald had offered to teach her how to tend the roses, and they began an experiment in cross-kinking two different varieties. Stormy found it to be the most relaxing thing in the world during those days. When her father suggested that he head back up north, as she knew he inevitably would, Stormy panicked and burst into tears. Stormy had been reluctant to leave the grounds of the castle, even to go the short distance into town. The day she tried to go to the library with Gwynmerelda escorting her, they bumped into Fred. Stormy panicked and ran home. As well as not wanting to leave home, she felt trapped. She could never leave Morainia, for she would surely be arrested on sight as she nearly had been that time in the Grackle Tavern. Her father had assured her this fear was nonsense, for as word travelled across the northern kingdoms of how the Oasarians had tried to force designs upon Morainia, there was little popular sympathy for the southern cause. Moreover, no authority would dare take action against the legendary Stormy of Morainia, or the Prince Killer as she was popularly known, for fear there would be a mass uprising such as had never been seen. Stormy really did not like being treated as a hero. She did not feel like a hero, and though she would, over a long time, learn to live with it, it was a feeling she never felt entirely comfortable with in all her later adventures. Walter Bald, of course, promised his daughter that he would never make the journey north without her. One adventure at her time, he had said. And so Stormy was mostly happy to travel up north again by slow donkey, happy to miss the crowds of Archmother Fest, and happy to embrace the restorative powers of the Moranian summer. Best of all was the complete and utter luxury of having her father in her sight every day before sleep, and seeing his beaming face again when she woke up. Jacorbald was with them on the journey. He had told Stormy not to worry about their roses, for both Zilfer and Gwynmerelda were more than capable horticulturalists. The fool, who had been practicing his craft at the Andean encampment, was travelling with General Ghazali and would meet them there. Thus a little over 4 weeks, as the Andeans called their artificial groupings of 7-day periods, after the Battle of Bald River Falls, the Grickle-Grack made good on his promise. There at the Witch in the Ditch's cabin was assembled in a ragbag order, the Witch of course, and Glamour her daughter, 3 generations of the Wilsons Jacorbald, Walter Bald and Stormy Bald, the Fool, and General Ghazali of Andea, and, of course, Emmer the Great Bird, who was feeling much more himself after his wounds had healed. In the warm sun of high summer they pondered the strange egg before them. They pondered, and then Ghazali suddenly said, "Maybe it's a screw top," laughing as he said it. The others looked at him bemused. Spitting into his palms and then rubbing his hands together vigorously, Ghazali addressed the egg. Grappling it between his knees, he used his whole upper body to try and get some purchase on the dull, but still slick thing. He somehow managed to get a grip with the flats of his hands, above the perfect hairline crack that ran horizontally around the toppermost portion of the egg. He wrestled with the bit one would slice off the top of a soft-boiled egg, to enable the dunking of toast soldiers into a runny yolk. He laughed as he felt some movement, wrestled some more, and gingerly began to unscrew the lid of the egg. To the amazement and applause of those gathered around, he lifted the lid away and took a bow. Walter Bald was the first into action, busily examining the thread around the lip of the lid with fascination. Inlaid into the lid were the numbers 323/1000. Those would eventually tell future examiners that it was one of a series. And then there were words, saying that this particular egg came from West Yorkshire. Jacob Bald was about to peer into the egg itself when a never-before-heard beeping noise sounded. The witch shrieked with trepidation. Ghazali laughed, of course. There was a sort of communal hum of intense curiosity from the others. Though none knew it then, once the egg was open, the warm rays of the summer sun had struck the black panel that was inside it, triggering a whirring of invisible moving parts. All gathered and watched in stunned silence, as a strange thing, the herald of yet stranger things to come, happened. Along an invisible vertical joint, the egg opened like a book would. But this, of course, was like no book anyone present had ever seen. Constructed of some combination of plastics, stainless steel, titanium, and other ancient alloys, the egg had been specifically designed to withstand the centuries. Inset to a thumbnail's depth inside the right half of the egg was an oblong panel of opaque silver-gray material. The silver screen remained dull and lifeless. The left-hand half of the egg seemed to be a compartment, made up of 3 small drawers. Above these at the top were 3 smaller black panels, each the size of a comb. It was these that drew the attention first, as one after the other they burst into life. "By the beard of Alcimedes, 'tis magicery beyond anything," whispered Glamour as her mother cowered behind her, incanting unintelligible protective spells. "'Tis lightning captured in a box," wailed the fool, and in this he was closer to the truth than he could have known. The technology of the mid to late 21st century had been based upon that of leaves. The black panels at the top of the egg absorbed solar energy and mimicked photosynthesis, converting sunlight into the molecules that powered the hidden veins, branches, and roots within the egg. All with the perfect economy of a tree. From left to right, red lightning bug numbers began to glare in the tiny boxes, changing numbers with meaning. The digital clock seemed almost comprehensible to Ghazali, beginning at 0, and counting off, 0.01, 0.02, 0.03. Like extended heartbeats. Seconds, marveled Ghazali. And watch. As the count hit 60, the 0 changed to a 1, and the count to 60 began again. "'Tis the ways of the ancient ones. A beautiful minute," he exclaimed with a laugh. The central of the small screens was illuminated with 10 zeros and remained unchanging, but it was the right-hand screen that was most incomprehensible. The numbers flashed rapidly, like the egg was being scrambled to come up with the answer to an intractable problem. And then the clock stopped on the number 164,092. "Gadzillions," said Jacob Bald. "Could it be that it has counted the number of summers since this machine was made," suggested Walter Bald, looking at Ghazali. Ghazali nodded and laughed. "Anything seems possible now." Nothing else unusual happened from within the egg itself for a long time. Over 50 minutes passed, according to the clock, but in reality time flew by. During that interim, led by Walter Bald, the travelers very cautiously opened each of the 3 drawers, one by one. The first contained a book. A book in the same form that Stormy would have handled when she helped out at Mora Inia Library. The book's pages were made of wafer-thin plastic, which rustled as the king leafed through it. Dick Tion a re, he announced, trying to pronounce the strange word on the cover, and he handed the book to Stormy. She held the strange fabric and sat down with glamour as she opened its pages. It was a book of mostly strange words and a few that seemed almost familiar. Incredibly, the language, though it possessed only 26 letters, was the same one she knew. There were only a few words on each page, and pictures. "It's a children's book," she announced. Sure enough, many of the words were accompanied by finely detailed outline drawings. Walter Bald continued leading the investigations into the other two drawers. The second drawer contained a sheaf of plastics. Walter Bald delicately took the top sheet and passed it on, and then the next and the next. They were very familiar-looking children's drawings. Houses, people, trees, animals, the sun like a golden star in a blue sky. One even had a black bird sat in a tree. The bird was not unlike Emmer's cousins of the Raven world. Another drawing had a strange flying creature with smiling people somehow inside it. It seemed featherless, with smooth wings. Walter Bald looked at Emmer, but neither could conceive what the creature in the drawing was. The third drawer contained a dress made of some incredibly light and shiny fabric. The dress was red, but twinkled in the sunlight like crystallized frost in a full moon. There was a pair of flat shoes, which again were constructed of unusual materials. The shoes were what we would call a pair of sneakers. There was also a cheap plastic tiara. Glamour nudged Stormy. "Well, go on. Try it on, girl." Walter Bald held out the dress for his daughter and went back to examining the egg with the other science ticks. "Look," she cried, reading the label inside the back of the neckline. "It has my name in it." "Sort of. It's called Storm Skin." "I don't think it would offer much protection in a storm," said Glamour, laughing. The princess stripped down to her knickers with none of the modesty of the 21st century from where the garb came, and pulled the sleeveless dress over her head. It hugged her teenage figure, went well with her boots, and felt as if it became part of her skin. As if she were almost wearing nothing. Glamour cooed as she fixed the tiara in Stormy's hair, and then the witch issued a baleful cry. "'Tis possessed!" And surely, as the fabric absorbed some of Stormy's body heat, it changed color in waves from reds, to purples, to aquamarines. The changing colors swirled, toppling over each other as the princess moved. "Look, look," called Emmer. "There is even more wonder here." The silver screen in the right hand of the egg had suddenly blinked once, and then sputtered with a magnesium white flash. All eyes turned to watch the screen. "Erg!" The fool sputtered aghast, peering intently as the screen came to life. They all gathered to watch the first moving pictures seen on Earth for, about 162,000 years. The comrades were transfixed. Some seventh sense somehow told them that this wondrous time capsule was benign, and in that they were right. A group of 7 children filled the screen, 4 girls and 3 boys. They wore very odd clothing, Stormy remembered thinking later. Most of them looked to be about Stormy's age, maybe some 11-summer-olds, but mostly 12 or 13, she guessed, apart from a smaller girl in the front with long blonde hair who was maybe 9. They were all waving, laughing, saying hello, and cheering. And then on cue, they began singing in strange accents. "We do say ta for the humble atom, from which all things are made. We do say ta for our universe, and our home, the Milky Way. We do say ta for planet Earth, and its relation to the Sunday. We do say ta for the lucky place we find ourselves in. We do say ta for the atmosphere, which warms us through and through. We do say ta for the spark of life, from which all beings grew. We do say ta for evolution, for giving us a lucky break. We do say ta for the adaptation, so that we can communicate. We do say ta for our imagination, and dreams that still surprise us. We do say ta for ingenuity. And let us use it wisely. And though our life is in many ways brief, let our time be full of wonder, awe. And if any should ever hear this rhyme, then we do say ta, and hello, and hurrah. The children continued smiling and waving, but the younger girl at the end burst into tears, hid her face and turned away. A couple of the other children looked uncomfortable. Then the shadow of a hand appeared in front of the group, blocking out the screen somewhat. One of the children said, "Is that it, Mr. Holdsworth?" An unseen man's voice said, "That were great." The screen went blank and resumed its silver lifeless pallor. Those gathered by the witch in the ditch's cabin were all silent for a good while. As well as being astounded by this magicry, Stormy was overwhelmed by the human emotion therein. Maybe because they were children, to all appearance not unlike herself. The emotion was contagious, and as she looked at Glamour, they both saw the tears in each other's eyes. It was the fool who spoke first in a low whisper. "Holy Screamus! Poor little devils! Elf fairies trapped in the egg for all eternity," barked the witch in the ditch. It seemed like a long time before anyone spoke again, though it was only 23 seconds by the firebug clock. And then a voice broke the silence. It was the voice of a woman who had lived all those thousands of years ago. "At the third stroke it will be 1 o'clock precisely, beep beep beep." And the first clock on the egg registered the first hour as having passed. "What a treasure box," said Walter Bald. "But what does it all mean?" asked Stormy. "I think, and it's only a theory," said Walter Bald, "it's like a children's scrapbook from a long time ago. It means, and I am only making a first educated guess, that there were intelligent people, like ourselves, before the dark times. I would hazard a guess, that they maybe knew the dark times were coming, and they would probably not survive them. Hence they made this," and he paused before he said the word, "time egg." Stormy looked sad, and her dress shimmered a somber green to match. She thought of the smallest girl inside the egg, crying after the children's song. Stormy went to hug her father. "Well, for us, dear Alex," Walter Bald said, "the same as we eat your granddad's chicken eggs for strength, this egg will be food for our brains every time we take in its wonders." Looking into her father's eyes, Stormy suddenly felt very glad to be alive. Though the game of rock, shadows, wonder, had not yet been invented, she knew in that moment if we let it, wonder conquers darkness every time. Author's response. Why an anarchist fairy tale? No period of history could better illustrate the constructive powers of the popular masses than the 10th and 11th centuries, when the fortified villages and marketplaces, representing so many oases amidst the feudal forest, began to free themselves from their lord's yoke, and slowly elaborated the future city organization. But, unhappily, this is a period about which historical information is especially scarce. We know the results, but little has reached us about the means by which they were achieved. Peter Kropotkin, Mutual Aid: A Factor in Evolution, 1902. An anarchist fairytale may seem a contradiction in terms. Kings and queens, princes and princesses, serving girls and slaves? You have met them all in these pages. You found some of the regular doses of violence and struggle which survival compels, but also some fine moments of outstanding cooperation between people and between species. These ideas are not made up. There are many instances of symbiotic behavior between animal species in the nature we know. As Bernd Heinrich points out, the raven evolved with the wolf, hence its nickname of wolf bird. Ravens will, quite unbelievably, shy away from animal corpses' food just sitting there waiting to be eaten to the point of not eating it, unless wolves, or surrogate wolves, are present. Ravens, who cannot slice up deer carcasses with their beaks, let the wolves do the hard work and then take their share. But why don't the wolves just eat the ravens as a tasty hors d'oeuvre? Because wolves learned that if the ravens behave in a particular way, they have, with the advantage of their aerial vision, spotted real food waiting to be eaten in the immediate environs. In our world, though it is very different in some ways to Stormy's, there are real kings and queens, and nation-states engaged in empire-building wars. There are rulers bent on suppressing those who resist their power. But there are also many exceptions to this, that the history of power neglects to mention. The exceptions to deadly competition or top-down domination involve another kind of power. And this power of cooperation between people is sometimes called anarchism. There was an actual anarchist prince in Old Russia, called Peter Kropotkin. And contrary to the stereotyped image of the black-cloaked, bomb-throwing anarchist, Kropotkin was a rational, articulate thinker. He saw in the wider world around him some of the quintessential elements of non-hierarchical anarchist society. He developed a theory of the human tendency toward cooperation, or mutual aid as he called it, rooted not in wishful thinking, but in observable science. Building on Russian scientific thought of his day, Kropotkin wrote a book called Mutual Aid, A Factor in Evolution, 1902. The book gave a scientifically respectable theory that for many species, cooperation, or mutual aid, was as much a part of survival for the species as a group, as the survival of the fittest was for the individual. In other words, the individual benefited from the cooperation of the group, whereas the group did not necessarily benefit from the elevation of the individual. Kropotkin based his theories on observations of animals and indigenous peoples he made while working as a geographer and zoologist, during scientific expeditions in Siberia and Manchuria. He found human societies that were not all as competitive, as compared to the dangerously competitive nations of his own Western Europe of the late 19th century. Contemporary scientists are still arguing over the fine details of how social and natural evolution works, and how this is different for each particular species. But present-day evolutionists are finding that much of the general sense of Kropotkin's ideas was on track. For example, evolutionary scientists E. O. Wilson and D. S. Wilson explain. Hunter-gatherer societies are fiercely egalitarian. Meat is scrupulously shared, aspiring alpha males are put in their place, and selfing behaviors are censured. Unable to succeed at each other's expense, members of hunter-gatherer groups succeed primarily by teamwork. 2008. In evolutionary terms, we are all modern humans, descended from those who first walked out of a gorge in Africa and spread across the world. As a species, we are approximately 150,000 years old, and until the dawn of agriculture 13,000 years ago, we were all hunter-gatherers. In other words, for most of our existence we lived cooperatively. And many of us today yearn for community in some form. With Moroinia, I am speculating as to where the line is between egalitarian bands of 50 or 100 hunter-gatherers, and the sedentary, farming-based societies of a few thousand people which succumbed to hierarchical feudalism. For surely such a change did not happen overnight? Kropotkin argued against the social Darwinism of his own time, which advanced the idea that rich people deserved to be rich because they were fitter in evolutionary terms than poor people. Such warped misrepresentations of Darwin's theory would be used by Hitler, as justification for the master race of Nazi Germany, and a global war for the survival of only the fittest. Some of the recently discovered evidence that humans evolved to cooperate has been staring us in the face on a daily basis. For example, David Sloan Wilson explains the unique adaptation of humans among the other 92 of their primate cousins studied of having exposed bright eye whites, sclera. In contrast, chimpanzees, bonobos, gorillas, orangutans et.al., along with most other mammals, have mostly concealed or darker pigmented sclera. The darker sclera, or nature's sunglasses, evolved partly due to the general need of animals in the wild for camouflage to survive. But they also served a need of hierarchical ape society, to conceal information from rivals in their own group. In stark contrast, humans are literally born to attract each other's attention by eye contact. The naturally selected exposed eye white draws us into the window of the soul. Eye contact is how a baby learns about itself from its mother, it is the means by which we fall in love, and it is the basis of our trying to appeal to someone's better judgment in times of crisis. It does not take a trained scientist to notice that the very first thing animators do to humanize their cartoon animals into talking life, is to give them very visible eye whites. The scientist would ask whether our closest relative in evolutionary history, Neanderthal man, had exposed eye whites. And bone remains only tell us so much, and just as we have no idea what colors dinosaurs actually were, we know nothing of the Neanderthal eye. But at some point, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the human eye diverged from that of other primates, and the advantage in terms of survival, of being better able to share information and cooperate, was spectacularly successful. That humans evolved to be involved in parenting over a matter of years, rather than months or weeks, offers more evidence of mutual aid as a factor in evolution. How could a human baby ever live beyond a few hours were its parents, or substitute caregivers, not hardwired to raise it through the years when it simply could not fend for itself? And beyond family cooperation, there would be no great cities, no great leaps in technology, no man on the moon, no titanium rod in my broken leg, no avoiding untold havoc wreaked by global warming, if humans had not discovered, and do not rediscover, our natural leaning towards mutual aid. The mess the modern world finds itself in has been built upon the misappropriation of our cooperative nature. Contemporary evolutionists say that when a society is too successful, and the surpluses from cooperating grow too great, then some individuals try to benefit at the expense of the group. A few will take the vertical fast route to power over others. And the grand view of history is littered with individuals who claimed superiority over society by divine right, by force, or by entrenched privilege. These are the tyrannical kings and queens, the hypocritical priests and bishops, the dictators and corrupt politicians, who seem to fill our history books. And now we see a new wave of selfing corporate bosses, animated with a similar sense of entitlement. In the year 2010, few would disagree that we have lost our sense of balance within our planetary environment. Few would deny that should we continue to hurtle down this road, there awaits a spectacular collapse, in some form, at some point. Perhaps the way we can avoid such a collapse is by rediscovering the evolutionary self that tends towards mutual aid, the self which makes us human. You have just read a tale of a world that had collapsed. Some species survived, and some evolved, somehow managing to reinvent their lives from the bottom up, with whatever was closest at hand. Will they go on to make the same mistakes that we are making? There are kings and queens, monsters, and all the rest. It is a fairy tale after all. But perhaps unlike many fairy tales, and more like life itself, there are also sprinklings of anarchy and mutual aid in the moments when needs must. Danbert, Nobacon. Twisp, Washington. Acknowledgements. Many thanks to my wonderful editor and publisher, Todd Davies. Alex Cox for imagining the characters in such a spectacular way. Mike Madrid for his tireless efforts in that universe called graphic design, which will always remain a mystery to me. A toast to Charles Darwin, Jared Diamond, David Sloan Wilson, E.O. Wilson, Bernd Heinrich, Bill Bryson, Alan Weissman et.al. for fomenting the dialogues in my head that made the world of this book seem sort of possible. Thanks to the Banks Lake crew for entertaining the Grickle-Grack. And thanks to Laura Gunnip for her belief in me. Glossary. Adaman, the first man. Adamonkey, common ancestor of humans and great apes. Airgil, agility in the air. Bepuzzled, puzzled. Begoggled, dazzled. Birch barker, someone who gets the wrong idea, and barks up the wrong tree. Bird, to be kept informed by message bird. Blasphemy, blasphemy. Blasphemies, enemies, distinguished by a supposedly heretical nature. Boggled, mind boggled. Boggler, someone who sees but does not necessarily understand, a nosy boggler, nosy parker, nosy beggar. Boggerwarts, general term for warts, derived from boggarts who are prone to having warts. Brain-fryingly, the adrenaline rush of terrifying endeavor, such as downhill skiing or roller coaster riding. Brethsisteren, brothers and sisters. Celestian, a heavenly being, a god or god-like creature. Cess prince, derogatory term for a princess. Change-figured, transfigured, Transkinked, evolved. Chittle chattel, gossip. Christmas, winter festival, sometimes called Izimas. Confuzzled, confused. Bepuzzled. Crookedy, crooked. Devanimal, according to the Wanggodmatist way of thinking, the renegade animals who had caused the Wangod to curse Earth with the dark times. Any creature or person heretical to Wanggodmatist ideas. Earth rumble, earthquake. Anunce, denunciate. Ensluicing, taming by cruel means. Excaliburite, wedged like a sword in rock. Flameringly, obvious, literally as noticeable as flames. Fretter, frettered, to fret, did fret. Gadzillion, an unimaginably large number. Gadoriles, large lizard-like creatures such as a crocodile. Giglanth, genus of laughing men and women. Giglanthropic, the quality of being giglanthan. Grab-bled, grappled, wrestled. Grackle-brain, someone not quite with the program. Grey-dark, the eerie three-quarter dark of the dust-filled skies during that cataclysm. Grickles, shorthand for genus known as Gricklegrax. Grapple, grope. Grappled, groped, molested. Gaffackling, guffawing, cackling. Jeckler, a joke, particularly a rib-tickling joke. Curl lamps, kerosene lamps. Kink/kinks, the mutant gene/genes that power evolution or transkinkery, the process of evolution. King-didates, candidates for election of king. Lateen, someone in their late teens, usually an indication of a more worldly wise youth than what most would think of 21st century teenagers. Luminat, illuminated by moonlight. Magicry, magic, seemingly supernatural phenomena. Man-to-man, male homosexual, gay boy. Marriage brokery, matchmaking, the business of arranging marriages. Mechanagics, seemingly magical, but actually mechanical. Memo bird, a message bird. Mesaculously, miraculously. Moon blood, menstrual blood. Period. Morningsun, east, or meaning directional right, towards the right. Moth shark, huge mythical flying beast who brought people from the other side of the world. Mr. Heim, riddle talk. No badness, goodness. Nymphomana, she-demon of the river. Pompiferi, ceremony, pomp. Potstillery, brewhouse. Prancer, one who prances about. Pretend-suppose, make-believe, a pretend-suppose story. Prober, a priest or parson, a Wanggodmatist who teaches others in the ways of the Wangod. A professional missionary. Prober's nose, parson's nose, the rear end of a bird, anatomically a bird's anus. Pumped-uppery, puffed up. Pumpery, extenuated tavern talk, regarding the fine, and to most people, the boring details of machinery. Psychologics, psychology. Piscasix, dangerous sickness of the mind. Quizzleprink, upstart. Redfish, salmon. Regalio call, royal protocol. Rumpompumpigal, street or barroom theatre. Rumble wave, tsunami, a giant wave. Sagak, sage, guardian, chaperone. Scarify, scare, frighten. Schoolchilder, school children, plural. Schemagems, schemings, tactical plans, stratagems. Scientic, scientist. Science-to-call, scientific. Screek, shreech. Skimble-scamble, nonsense. Skydynamics, aerodynamics. Scholarshop, a workshop cum study. Sled blastering, involuntary outburst as a result of high adrenaline activity. Smacker, mouth, lips. Smockoped, gobsmacked. Spasmering, convulsing. Gripped by spasms. Splinterendering, the cracking of wood as it caves in under pressure. Sticklerish, quality of being a stickler for the rules. Swagger swankinks, washbuckling. Ta, thanks. Tavern mise, senior waitress in a pub, barmaid. Thespians, theatrical types. Time egg, a time capsule. Transkinkery, the process of evolution. Tukabird, a wild turkey. Volcaneman, volcano, perceived by the Western peoples to be enraged earth spirits. Wan, once, one, once. Wang God, the one God. Wang God fearing, deeply religious. Wang God knows where, the one God knows where. Wang Godmatist, believer in, or practitioner of, Wang Godmatism, the worship of the Wang God to the exclusion of all others. Wang God's sakes, for God's aches. Whoosh shush, sound of rushing, air or water. Whirlet, teenage or young whore, term of derision. Wonder look, a small but powerful telescope. Zither hither, hither thither.